You're watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Tuesday night, 11 p.m., June 20th, 2023. Tonight we're going to play Chronicles of Crime from the 1400 box, the first real case, skipping the tutorial. But a couple things to cover. This will be a little bit of an experimental session. I've got the camera angle down a little more than normal so that you can see more of the table. This is primarily an app-based game, so we'll be spending a lot of time showing the tablet. So we're gonna, part of why we're playing this is to get a little more comfortable with that setup. The other thing that's slightly different is you may hear a little bit of background noise. I'm gonna try running the AC on low, and I've got a little bit of noise reduction on the audio. It's still got some tweaking to do, but this will be our first test with it. Let me know in the chat how bad the audio sounds. And I'm also curious what everyone's experience with the Chronicles of Crime system is. Have you all played it? Is this your first encounter with Chronicles of Crime? Now, we have played a couple scenarios on the channel. We've played, I think we've only played fan-made scenarios on the channel, several of them that were quite good. And that was a long time ago, so this is the first time playing this in a while. Jonathan says audio, whoops. Jonathan says audio sounds normal to me. Okay, well, that's surprising, but that's good news. Okay, so you're going to tell me, the channel's going to tell me what their experience is with Chronicles of Crime. But first, I'm going to talk a little bit about the differences between this box and the next box. So the original box of Chronicles of Crime is behind me, there on the far right of your screen. And a surprisingly good game. It's the game that made me realize you could have an app-based board game that I enjoyed. Normally I want the tactile stuff. It's a very clever hybrid in that it's basically a video game, but most of the components you're dealing with are physical. So you feel like you're working with a physical board game, and most of what you're doing is asking people about things and about each other. So Chronicles of Crime had a number of expansions. They had a noir expansion, which was my favorite. They had a red view, which is sort of like a kid's Scooby-Doo scenario, but also still very good. They had a little VR special pack. And then they kickstarted a new set of 3 set in different time periods. There's 1400, 1900, 2400, and then a bonus box that's got like 1 case from either. Okay, so 1400 is set in the 1400s, obviously. We'll read the little introduction here. But let's take a look at what mechanics are new. In each of the boxes, they've introduced 1 or 2 new mechanics. So for the 1400 series, they've introduced this vision deck. And the way I understand it is I've never not played any of these cases, but as I understand it, typically at the start of a case, you'll have a vision or 2, which is either a scene from the past or a scene from the near future. And that's all it is. It's just a picture to look at that might make you keep something in mind or help give you a hint. The other thing that's changed is in all of the Chronicles of Crime, you sort of got a home location and some allies you can talk to. And in this game, here are your allies. They're all family members. So you've got a monk, who I think is your uncle, who's an expert on written materials. A merchant who you can ask about items and their provenance and what just general questions about an item. And then the king's spy, you can ask about people or some social things that are going on. All right, so those are your informants, allies, family members that you can ask when you go home. So you would go to your home and then you would ask them about a person or an object. The other thing that's new, which is the coolest part about this, is this little doggy. His name is Percival. He accompanies you everywhere you go. And you can ask him to sniff an object. So when you find an object and you've got possession of it, you can hand it to him and he will tell you, he'll react. He'll either try to identify the human scent that has touched it recently, and he'll lead you to a place. Or if the person is right there with you, he'll point at them. So that's Percival. He's always available. He's always accompanies us, and he tries to link up items with people. You can't ask him about a person. He just looks at items. Other than that, the basic rules of Chronicles of Crime stay exactly the same. Okay, anything else we need to talk about? Let's check in with the chat. Jonathan has already mentioned his mystery book club is still ongoing. We've been talking about it. John says, I played some of the main box and all of the Noir expansion. And Tina says, I played the main box. My group didn't like it as much. Interesting. They thought you could just you have to scan everything, go talk to everyone. Your choices don't matter much. Well, there is a time mechanic in Chronicles of Crime. And when you travel to a place, it takes 20 minutes. When you ask someone a question, it takes 5. It's meant to give you a little bit of pressure. There are time limits in the game. But typically, you've got plenty of time. Although it's possible that events can occur, and if you take too long doing something and don't get to someone, you might miss the ability to talk to them. But in general, it's a very relaxed time frame. Now, one interesting thing you might not know is that Lucky Duck, the publisher of Chronicles of Crime, created a fan editing scenario where people can create fan-based scenarios. It's actually quite a nice piece of software. People have created great games for it. But one little piece of trivia is that if you try to open one of the official scenarios in the editor, it won't let you because they're password protected and they don't want you editing them. But one of the things I did spend a couple days doing many years ago is decrypting, writing a piece of software that decrypted the Chronicles of Crime official scenarios so that we could open them up and look at them. And we actually did open up some of the official scenarios and dig deeper into them and see what dialogues we might have missed and how many dialogues there are for people. And it was quite interesting. And that's when we discovered there are certain people like the hacker that was generally more powerful than we thought, could give you more information than we thought. And it might be interesting at some point to see if that still works and try opening up these 1400 cases and see if there's some extra funny dialogue for the dog or any Easter eggs. All right, so I guess we can get started here. We are going to play the first, so there's the base game, London Forensic, there's the Noir expansion, there's the Redview expansion. All right, we're going to play the first non-tutorial case. Now, I haven't played the tutorial, but I think I have a pretty good understanding of the new rules. Jonathan says, this is Greg's favorite mystery game system, isn't it? Yes, this is Greg's favorite. And the reason we're playing 1400 is because during the year that Greg and I were in friendship purgatory, Greg went off and played Chronicles of Crime. Greg and I bonded over in the early days and both really loved it and played through Noir, played through the base game, played through Noir, played through Redview. And then when Greg and I hit our troubles period, which the channel may have triggered, at some point Greg started playing these on his own. And Greg and I have recently started playing 2400, but he played through all of 1400 without me. So that's why we can play through 1400 without any guilt. All right. And we're going to practice getting used to this tablet. Hopefully I will not, probably I'm going to forget to switch to it occasionally when I should, but that's what we're getting practice for. So we're going to skip the tutorial and we're going to go straight to the missing pages. Missing Pages says, a young scribe has been murdered at a secular scriptorium. Who would benefit from the death of a man who spent most of his life buried in books? Graphic content, sex references. But it's difficulty easy. Now, normally I might think we might skip this, especially if we're playing in a group. So I don't think we're going to have a hard time with this. If you're finding it boring and too easy, feel free to leave. But I thought, we should start with the first one to familiarize ourselves with this world and the story. And then if we like it, we'll go on to these other cases, 3 more, which go from medium, and then hard. So we're going to start with the easy one, the Missing Pages. All right. Now, before we start, I do think we should read the introduction setup to who we are. So let's take a look at that. It says, let's get this over so we can see it better. It is the year 1400. You are Abelard Lavelle, a knight sworn to King Charles VI, the Beloved. You live in the city of Paris in a family mansion not far from the famous Notre Dame Cathedral. Since you were a small child, you had strange prophetic dreams in which you saw violent scenes of past crimes or ones yet to be committed. Soon you learned that your unusual gift can be put to good use and started to solve cases that nobody else could crack. That earned you some reputation in the city, and now people seek your help whenever a mysterious crime is committed. Okay, so that's setting up the stage for these visions we have. So the visions give us our little insight. Something from the past or something from the future. We're knights sworn to King Charles VI, and we're in Paris. Lucky Duck. This game was created by... they don't have his title on the front anymore. They don't have his name on the front anymore, but a French person. The French seem to be very good at these mystery games. They like them. They do a good job of writing them. Okay, are we ready to start? Anything else to talk about? There's a little more discussion of Percival and your family members, the special rules. Maybe it's worth quickly looking at this. So your uncle's a monk who works in a monastery library. You can count on him whenever you need to refer to any written resources or have a question concerning religion or clergy. So that's useful to know, because here in this reminder, he's just an expert on written materials. Here he's actually an expert on written materials or religion or clergy. Your sister's a wealthy merchant, crafted goods collector. She can examine any item for you and may help you track its origins or determine its value. Your brother is the king's spy. His job is to know everything about the people of Paris. You can ask him about the characters you meet, though he won't know every commoner. And then we have the dog, Percival. You sniff objects. He tracks the scent they might bear. He follows you all the time. You show him evidence in your possession, and you check how he reacts. He'll either lead you to a location where the person is, point to the person if they're in the room with you, or get agitated, indicating he smells something, but he can't track the person. I suppose you might use that to tell you, like, if you find a murder weapon and he gets agitated and you've already met a person, if he's met someone and he doesn't bring you to them, maybe that means it's not them. Or he'll just be like, I don't care. All right, so those are our things. And I know I keep threatening to start, but actually there is one more important thing we need to do. You'll see how this game is played as we go if you haven't played it. But there's a little VR scene when you get to a scene of a crime. And part of the little mechanic of the game is that you have to figure out what items you might have spotted in the scene. And for that, it's sort of important to be familiar with these cards that exist. So when you scan a scene, you may spot instances of these objects. So let's just look at them ahead of time. Coins, signs and symbols, boxes and packages, trash, flammable objects, toiletries and hygiene, plants, games and toys, bags and sacks, tools, animals, clothes, bedding, writing tools and materials, books, doors and windows, kitchen utensils, paintings and drawings, tableware, devotional objects, headwear, keys and locks, cords and restraining devices, letters and messages, ranged weapons, furniture, melee weapons, jewelry, decorative items, shields and armor, medicine and drugs, bottles, liquids, blood and organ, vehicles, footprints and traces, parchments and paper, and food. So these are sort of generic representations of specific objects that we may encounter. We may be given them or we may spot them in a scene. But it's important when we go looking in a scene that you've got in the back of your mind what card we may pull out to represent an object. And then we've got our location cards here. The rest of the game you'll see as we play. All right, let's get started and read the introduction. A young scribe has been murdered at a secular scriptorium. Who would benefit from the death of a man who spent most of his life buried in books? All right, here we go. And you've got no sound, which is what we want. You might hear a sound effect, but no music. Okay, here we go. Day 1, 7 a.m., we're at home. During the night, you have another strange dream containing visions of crimes that will haunt you until you solve the mystery behind them. Take vision cards 2, 3, 4, and 5 and put them face up on the table. And this is 1 of 4. And we can rewind these and look at these anytime in the future. But, okay, so it wants 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, so 2, 3, 4, and 5. So we've just had some visions. Let's see what they are. Here's our first, whoops, let's start with 2. Here's our first vision we had. Okay, it's a man writing in a book. That may be the murdered man we're having a vision of. Remember, we have visions of the past and of the future. So this could be vision of the past. Okay. Next. What have we got here? A young man being poured a drink by perhaps a barmaid. And he's not just any young man. He's a member of the church. Looks like they're in a bar. Looks like she's a barmaid pouring him some beer. Looks like, can't tell if she's mad or anything. Okay, that was vision 3. Here's vision 4. So it looks like they're in this bar again, and we've got a rough man. He's scarred. He looks like a mercenary for hire type. He's drinking something with a bit of a seal on it, a little purple seal. Looks like he's got blood on his shirt. He looks like a dangerous person. And perhaps this guy is talking to him. Perhaps he's sitting across from him. All right, and our last vision card is this one. Looks like someone robbing her, possibly. She's got a purse full of something. Looks like a man with a club, but we could be wrong. She doesn't look that scared. She's out in an open courtyard, it looks like. Not sure there's too much else to gain from that. All right, so we just put these out in front of us, and we can refer to them at any time. They might inspire us to think something. These might be people that we're going to meet. They might all have happened in the past. It's possible that they're also future visions, the things that haven't happened yet. All right, I'm going to put these off to the side here. We can look at them anytime someone wants to. Nicholas says this particular Chronicles of Crime is from Polish people, isn't it? I don't remember who the author was of this one, but it's very possible. All right, back to the game. We took the vision cards, we put them face up. Okay, next. As you expect, early in the morning, a messenger appears at the door of your family house and carries grim news. There was a murder in a secular scriptorium in the Latin Quarter. Okay, so it tells us to get location I. So here's location I. These are double-sided, but you won't ever use both sides in one game. But look at the beautiful art on this. Okay, so there's our location. Maybe I can give you a little close-up look here. Okay, so this is location I. We can go there whenever we want by scanning that. And we just put this face up on the table somewhere where we can access it. And when we visit there, if there are people there, we'll store them down here. Now, normally when you play Chronicles of Crime, if you're playing with a phone, you would just bring your phone over to a location and scan it. But we find it's just easier to just pick it up and put it in back of the tablet. Okay. There was a murder in a secular scriptorium. So there was a murder in that scene, that location we just looked at, the Latin Quarter. The owner of the scriptorium, Bertrand Castagnet, 21, is an old friend of your father. One of his scribes was murdered, and although the guards are already looking into it, he believes they are neglecting the case and wants someone he trusts to investigate the crime. Okay, so you can see that little icon. It's told us about someone and told us that they are card number 21. So let's see if I can... Does this work? Okay. So I would get out card 21. And Here is Bertrand Castagnet. And these are all generic, so reusable, but that's who he is in today's game. That's his name. And he is presumably at location I. He's the owner. So we're going to put him right here so he's can be seen. Maybe I'll just put it up a little bit. That's where he is. If we want to talk to him, we'll go there and talk to him. All right. And he has a friend of our father, and they want us to look into it. Okay. You have to find out who murdered the scribe. When you feel you know who the killer is, go back to your home and report the findings to your family so they can inform the authorities. And that was our fourth thing. So here we are. Where are we? We're home. You can see in the top left, it's 7 a.m. When we're ready to solve the case, we will return to our home by scanning this home card and then solving the case. But we're obviously not ready yet. So what do we do now? We're at home. We could, if we wanted to, start right out by asking our family members about this guy who's hired us. Doesn't seem that important. If he's hired us, he's probably a good guy. He probably doesn't need us. We don't need to know too much about him. So we're going to skip that for now. I think we should probably just start by going to the scene of the crime. That's always a good way to start. The only thing you might want to think about is you want to be a little efficient. You don't want to travel back and forth and back and forth. Each time you do takes 20 minutes. Although we haven't been given a time limit, but you might thematically imagine there's a killer on the loose. So time is of some importance. We'll get to how you use these red and blue spaces eventually, and these spaces down here eventually as we play. All right, so let's travel to the scriptorium. So I'm going to take this card and I'm going to hold it in back of the tablet here. And we've now traveled to that card. I'm going to put this little red marker on that location to show us where we are, even though it says it on the tablet. We're at the scriptorium in the Quartier Latin. You arrive at Bertrand's scriptorium and enter the workshop where the victim's body, 18, lies on the floor. Bertrand, his wife, and the Châtelet Sergeant are here. The sergeant of the chateau, or the Châtelet, maybe that means like mini chateau, I'm not sure. We're in Paris, remember? Okay, so I'm going to have to get used to using this button. Let us get out these things. Okay, the victim's body is there. Okay, let's get a look at the victim's body. Here's our victim. Okay. Well, that's the guy from our vision that we had, right? That's clearly him. So we had the vision of him writing. All right, so where is he? He's at the scene of the crime. I'm just going to put him here, although obviously we can't talk to him. And then Bertrand is there. Okay, we already put him out, but now he's got a wife. Bertrand has a wife. Let's see what she looks like. Aha, she's a looker. All right, is that our girl from this vision? Kind of looks like it, huh? Not 100%. Her hair looks blonder here. More auburn. Here it looks black. Nose looks similar. Mouth looks similar. So, I don't know. What's your gut? Is your gut that it's the same woman? All right, so I'm going to put her at the scene with her husband. And there's our dead body. Maybe we'll put him upside down to show that he's dead. Maybe I'll move this for now so you can see this beautiful scriptorium. And then also the Châtelet, however you pronounce that, sergeant is here. Okay, 12. Let's see what he is. Okay. So there's the guard of the place. Not one of the people we saw in our vision. That's good. All right, so he's also there. Let's put him there as well. All right. Next, the sergeant gives you a nasty look and continues searching the room. Okay, so he's not thrilled with someone, interloper, being here, interfering with his job. Jonathan thinks it's a different woman. Okay. Than our vision. All right, so it's 7:20. Notice it took us 20 minutes to get here. All right, so now, occasionally at a location, there'll be that thing at the top that's to search the scene. That means we've got a crime scene that we can look at with our virtual reality. So if you haven't seen this yet, this feature, if you haven't played Chronicles of Crime, it's pretty cool. So we're going to test out our system here. I'm going to rotate this. All right, I'm going to click search the scene. You guys are going to get to see it here. Maybe we'll do it this way first, and then I'll do it full screen if we need it. All right, so we're going to now look at the scene of the crime. We're going to get to look around. Let's see. All right, we see there's the body, lots of blood. Looks like he was hit on the head. Maybe that's not blood on his back, that's his outfit or something. There's a locked box, there's some bottles, box, lots of blood, a little note. Oh, looks like his notes and books are around. More books. We've got a broom, a door, window, more papers. There's a chair. There's a sealed piece of paper, lots of candles. Okay, so we frequently will look at this multiple times. Let's see how full screen looks. Unfortunately, I can't see it as well, but maybe if I move around. I know it could be disoriented having someone else move it around. Okay, so we've got, remember we're gonna have to find cards for these things. So bottles, windows, lots of papers, broom, anything else on the floor. Chair, candle, door. We've got that wax seal. Lots of candles, shelves, lots more books. Whoa, what's that? Piece of jewelry, crucifix, more books. There's a closer look at him. Another candle. Let's see if there's anything at the ceiling. Don't see anything much near ceiling level. Or it's, door level. Okay, let's, normally I might even give this another look, but let's stop here and talk about the next step. So we've seen lots of stuff in that scene. Now, one of the gimmicks, one of the mechanics of this game that's quite clever is that now we have to pick out items we saw from this stack of cards. So let's take a look. So we're going to go through them. Did we see food? No. Did we see parchments and paper? Yes. So we put this, we're going to scan this in a second. Footprints and traces, I didn't see any footprints. We might want to put that in our maybe pile. We might want to look again for that. Vehicles, no. Blood and organ, we certainly saw blood. Liquids, we saw bottles, but I don't think we saw liquids. There's a separate thing for bottles. Okay, we saw bottles. They don't seem like they're relevant. Medicine and drugs, no. Shields and armor, no. Decorative items, not really, that I can remember. Jewelry, yes, we saw that crucifix. So what we normally do is we go through these cards, we find the ones we're sure about, the ones that are maybe, and then sometimes we'll look again to verify. Melee weapons, I don't think we saw any weapons. Correct me if I'm wrong. Furniture, yeah, we saw a chair. Ranged weapon, no. Letters and messages, yeah, that parchment, that seal was surely a message. Cords and restraining devices? Don't think so. Keys and locks? I don't think so. Headwear? No. Devotional objects? Occasionally you'll get an item that could be two things, like the crucifix could be jewelry or could be called a devotional object, in which case when you scan one it might point you to the correct one. So we probably don't need both of these, and we probably don't need that one. Tableware? I don't think so. Paintings and drawings? I don't think so. Kitchen utensils? No. Doors and windows? Yes. Books? Yes. Writing tools and materials? Yes. Bedding? No. Clothes? I mean, yes, we did see... Actually, we did see he was wearing something unusual, so maybe. Animals? No. Tools? Not really. Not separate from letters and writing instruments. Bags and sacks? No. Games and toys? No. Plants? No. Toiletries and hygiene? No. Flammable objects? No. Trash? No. Boxes and packages? Don't think so. I started confusing my maybes with no's. Let me just put these here. Okay, trash, no. Boxes and packages, maybe. I don't think so. Coins, no. Signs and symbols. That's kind of a... I don't think so, but that's a maybe. All right. So, and Tina says, I think there was a box of some sort. Yes, you're right. There was a box. You're right. There was a box. Okay, so my maybes are signs and symbols. No melee weapon, but decorative items, liquids, I don't think so. What about candles? Ah, flammable objects. Yes, okay. I thought of it, and the channel thought of it too. Okay, good catch. All right, so with this list, though, so flammable objects is a sure thing, but maybe these are the maybes: decorative, devotional signs, decorative liquid, footprints. So especially since we're just new to this, we're going to look at it once more and look for anything we might have missed. So there's the box. That's of key importance. If I missed that, we'd be in trouble. Clothing is interesting because he is wearing a little interesting clothing. We've got doors. A lot of papers. There's the crucifix. So do you see any signs or symbols? It's just beddings and papers, writing, chair, furniture, door. Oh, what about the broom? What with the broom? And then there's certainly blood. So what would the broom be under? Not trash. Tools, maybe. Maybe the broom would be a tool. Okay. So these are all possible things we found. I don't think we found... Did anyone notice any footprints? And Jonathan says the signs and symbols might be the seal we saw. Okay, so that's possible. We didn't see any footprints in the blood, right? So sometimes, because it's so easy to, it's so cheap in terms of time, frequently if there's any card we have any doubt about, we'll just scan it. But we tend to scan these in some order. Okay, so now comes where we scan these cards and we see if any are actually in the scene. All right, so let's do it. So here's flammable objects, which are the candles. Nothing in this category. Okay, so nothing important for candles. How about that box? Oh wait, nothing in this category here, one of two. What does that mean? The sergeant interrupts you. You should leave this investigation to the professionals, he says, and leaves the workshop. All right, he's not happy. I wonder if that means he's left the entire scene, the sergeant. Okay, but we're not taking any note. All right, let's see what was in that, what that box was all about. A small decorated wooden box with carvings depicting a group of dancers. Inside you find a lock of dark hair. Decorated wooden box with carvings depicting a group of dancers. Maybe this is someone this guy's in love with. Maybe it's this dark-haired woman. He's got a lock of her hair, and maybe she's a dancer. Okay, so now let's see if it tells us to put it somewhere. Yes, you found a clue. All right, so now it's basically saying take this boxes and packages card. It's going to now represent that specific box. And we're going to put it in one of these red squares, meaning we have it. We've seen it. We have access to it. The blue is used for things you hear about, but haven't actually laid eyes or hands on. Okay, that's our decorated box. All right, let's look at writing tools. Nothing in this category, okay? How about parchments and papers? A few sheets of paper, some filled with writing. To learn more, scan the letters and messages category card. Okay, so here's an example of we scanned parchments and papers, and it's basically telling us, that was close to the card you want. You really want this other card. So when we click next, nothing happens. It didn't tell us to put it on the board, so we don't store it, but we can scan the card it recommended, letters and messages. A set of papers is lying on the desk. Among them, you find a letter written in the name of a local tavern owner. The author asks for news about a shipment of Burgundy wine that never arrived at the tavern. So a local tavern owner is asking why his Burgundy wine hasn't arrived. Interesting. All right, and it tells us to put that letter on the board. So we have the letter from the tavern owner on the board. And parchments and papers we scanned. That's what brought us to that. All right, how about the books? See if there's any interesting books. Several books are scattered across the floor, and the book stand is empty. There's no sign of the illustrated book you saw in your dream. So I guess they're referring to this dream. We saw an illustrated book. It's not there. Did someone steal it? Okay, but it didn't tell us to put it on the board, so we throw that card away. Okay, let's find out about that crucifix. I'm going to scan jewelry. The cross lying on the floor is decorated with jewels. To learn more, scan the devotional objects category card. Okay, another example of a card close to what they wanted you to scan. So they're saying, throw away the jewelry card, treat that as a devotional card. Okay, well, we almost threw that one away. Or we did throw that one away. Devotional objects, okay. All right, let's scan devotional objects. A jeweled cross is lying on the floor of the workshop, not too far from the victim's body. Okay, we get to keep that one. Now, why did the person who robbed this place or killed this guy not take that crucifix, I wonder? All right, let's see if there's anything about his clothes of import. Victim's simple clothes are covered in blood. Nothing interesting here. Okay. How about the door? Let's see if it was broken into. Nothing important there. Notice each card we do pops ahead 5 minutes. The crucifix is also one of the vision cards, is it? I guess oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying this is the crucifix that we saw in the scene. Did our guy rip it off his killer. Interesting. Good point. That did look like the crucifix. Okay, let's see if there's anything interesting about the chair. Book stands, writing desks, chairs, everything you would expect in a scriptorium. Okay, nothing there. How about the bottles? Are these just going to be normal bottles? Nah, nothing important. Blood. Let's see if we can notice anything about the blood. The blood comes from a severe head wound, which seems to have been inflicted by blunt force. And Tina says, isn't that the guy? It's certainly not the guy. Our guy who was killed is this guy here with a beard. The guy wearing the crucifix is a totally different guy. From our vision. Okay, there's our dead guy. Okay, severe head wound, blunt force, we're told. Okay, let's see if that broom was used as the weapon. No. Signs and symbols, nothing there. Okay, so I think that's it. We didn't get any hits on the candles. We didn't get anything that said broom. I'm just gonna scan the trash card in case the broom triggers on that. No. Okay, so it's been an hour. It's been 2 hours, hour and a half searching the scene of the crime. And we found 3 things. We found a box, a letter from a tavern owner asking about, there's our box with the lock of hair from a dancer. A letter from a tavern owner asking about the Burgundy wine. Notice also, is that the Burgundy wine? Has it been stolen by this guy? And then the devotional object, which is the crucifix, which looks very much like what this guy's wearing. We did doors and windows. Yes, I'm almost positive we had. Okay, so we could easily we could search the scene. We could scan it again here, but instead, let's get some practice with our history. So if you click this button, the bottom left, you get history. And then we can quickly look. Unfortunately, actually, this is a bug because it doesn't tell you what you tried to scan. So we're going to cancel out of that and we're just going to scan. Maybe we should look for melee weapons too, since we were told he got hit by blunt force. Maybe he was hit with that candle holder. The candle metal iron candle stand. I think maybe we better search for that. And let's search for doors. I wonder if we should look for keys and locks too to see if the door was locked. Okay, so doors. Where was the doors? I'm fairly certain. In fact, I can see that we did scan it because these are all things we scanned. Doors and windows. Okay, we did scan doors and windows, but we didn't get any hits. Let's just make sure that keys and locks don't tell us anything. No. And then how about melee weapons? I wonder if no. If the candle holder was used to kill him, I guess it would have blood on it, but would there be a card that we would have scanned? Tableware, no. Headwear, cords and restraining, ranged weapons, shields, no. So there's no other card that we would have scanned instead. All right. Maybe it was this that was used as the weapon. All right, so now we've got 3 items. The crucifix could belong to the killer, or it could have belonged to our writer, although I noticed that he was a sort of poor man, not ostentatious. He's not wearing it. Now, we could give the dog and show the dog any of these, but although it doesn't explicitly talk about it, the fact that we haven't met this guy yet makes me think it's pointless to have the dog scan it. Unless the dog is living an independent life from us, he's not going to know who that belongs to. Although he could react and say, to tell us that he has detected a scent. So I don't think the dog is going to be useful to us yet. Although the dog has met this woman and this guy and this guy. So if one of these was touched by any of these people, he might react to it. We're at this location at the scriptorium. We could ask any of them about these things. That seems promising. We could also, if we wanted to, or at some point, go home and ask our merchant about the box or the crucifix to see if she says it's super valuable, super rare, only would have been owned by someone high in the church, or she says it's some common bauble. We could ask eventually the spy about the murdered guy. What does he know? What does the spy know about any people? And the monk might very well, expert on written materials, he might know something about this message, although it is weird that the scribe had a letter asking about Burgundy wine. Could it be that that was code for something? I wonder if that's just code. Like, I wonder if the delivery of the Burgundy wine is not code for something. All right. Well, we're at this location. It makes sense that we would probably talk to someone, ask them about different people. I don't know if this guy is still there. We know he left the workshop, but he might still be around. Well, let's start with the start. Let's start asking the guy who owns the scriptorium about our murder victim and what can he tell us. So we're going to scan the owner, Bertrand Castagnier. I'm glad you're here. I hope you and your four-legged friend will help explain this horrid situation. Please ask me anything you need. All right, so the one thing you have to remember is we can ask him about any of these objects. We could ask him about people, and we can ask him about himself, which is a sort of catch-all for tell me what you know. Just tell me about yourself and what you know. So since we're just learning this world, I think let's start by asking him about himself. What do you know? Well, as you know, I run this private secular scriptorium. It's not easy competing with all those religious institutions, but we manage. So it's a private scriptorium. What would you have done in the scriptorium? Are people transcribing books, making copies of books? Is that mainly what they do at a scriptorium? Loaning out books? All right. Shall we ask him how he got such a fetching wife at his age? Let's see. Maybe she's having an affair. That's my lovely wife, of course. She helps me with running the scriptorium, and I don't know what I'd do without her. She was the one who found the body. I scolded her for going all by herself. What if the killer had still been there? I didn't hear anything, as I usually sleep like a dead man. Pardon me, not the best choice of words in this situation. Okay, that's the wife who helped out. She found the body. All right, well, let's ask him about our victim. What can you tell us about the victim? I still can't believe this has happened. His name was Antoine, and he was my best scribe. Young, dedicated, hardworking. I can't imagine running the workshop without him. Okay, his best scribe, Antoine. I admit I allowed him to take some side jobs. Different people were coming to him, sometimes even at night. Didn't seem that strange at first, 'cause he often worked late. And then I noticed these people seemed a bit thuggish, especially one of them, 16. Okay. So here's someone that was coming to this guy with work, side job. Okay. All right. Now, when we are told about someone and we don't know where they hang out, where they live, then we put it down here in one of these slots, meaning we don't know where this person is. We've just heard about them. I warned Antoine not to deal with people of that sort. He was rather withdrawn and rarely explained himself, but I was fine with that as long as his work got done. He seldom left the workshop, even though he had a place in La Grande Boucherie. Okay, all right, so we learned about a new location, okay, where this guy who got killed has an apartment, a place. Okay, I guess this view is not the best. For scenes, you need this view. All right, so we're just going to put this table is going to get a little crowded for us, but we're going to put this off over here. Okay, that's where our scribe had a place. La Grande Boucherie. Recently, he's been focusing on one particular book, a richly illustrated tome, but I'm not sure what it was about or who gave him that job. Okay, so here's a new icon. Card number 1 from the special items deck, or I'm not sure exactly what they're called. It's this deck here. So these aren't things you would find in a scene, but special objects you would be told about. So we're now been told about this special book that he's been working on transcribing. We have just heard about it. We don't know where it is. We haven't found it, so it goes on this blue row. We could still ask people about it because we've heard about it, but we couldn't, for example, give it to the dog to sniff because it doesn't exist, just in our mind. All right, so you found a clue, special item 1. It's the illustrated book. Put it down below in the blue row. Okay, so we've asked him about the dead guy. We asked him about his wife. We could ask about the guard. I guess we might as well. Let's see if he has any gossip about this guard. Oops. That's why I asked for your help. The guards aren't even pretending they care about what happened here. He arrived not long before you and has barely looked at the body. That's Sergeant Matthias. Okay, so now we've asked him about all the people. We could ask him what he knows. This guy, I mean, he owns the place, so let's ask him about this book that the guy was working on the side. I'm pretty sure the book wasn't one of my commissions. It could be one of Antoine's side jobs. Okay, not very useful. How about, let's ask him if he knows about this box with the dancer's hair on it. Dancer's hair in it. Bertrand scratches his head. The box seems familiar. Maybe I saw it in the workshop before. As for the hair, I was never interested in Antoine's private matters. Okay, but the box looks familiar. Interesting. I wonder if it's because it's his wife's box. I think we're going to have to ask the wife about it. Okay. I don't think he's going to know anything, but while we're here, let's ask him about the big crucifix. Oh, yes, I remember this. It belonged to Antoine. He received it as a gift from a relative or maybe a patron. I'm not sure. I know it's unusual to see such valuable jewelry in the hands of a scribe. But Antoine never explained himself, and I never asked. I'm sure he was wearing the cross last time I saw him, which was yesterday. Interesting. So, if for sure, I mean, this, and Tina was saying, isn't that the same guy? But this is, few things could be any clearer than that these are two different people. So, are we now to be told that this guy probably gave him the cross? One of his patrons to pay for work, perhaps? We don't know how long he's had it. Or it could be a generic cross. Or it could be that someone swapped the real cross for the fake cross. Jonathan says, let's ask him about the letter about the bar in case he's heard of it. Okay, that's a good idea. We want to find that bar. Maybe he knows the bar. Okay. Yeah, it's one of the documents Antoine copied for his side job. The tavern mentioned in the letter is located at the Rue de la Porte in Montmartre. It's one of the documents he copied for his side job. So I see. It's not a letter to him. It's a letter that he's copied as part of a job. Why would you need to make a copy of such a letter? That's kind of weird, huh? Why would anyone need a copy of it? But we are told the location of this place. The letter is located at the street of the Port Montmartre. Okay, location N. Okay, so there's the port. Rue de la Porte Montmartre. So that's a tavern. Maybe that's the tavern right there. All right, so we're going to put this out for us, another place we can go. So that was the job he was working on when he was killed, presumably. All right, we got a bunch of places we could go. Maybe that's the tavern person. We could show them that letter and ask them what's up with that. If that's the tavern where this guy and this guy was, maybe we'll run into them or meet or hear about them. We noticed that there's no QR codes on these visions. You can't ask people about them. Maybe I'll put these off so you don't get confused by those. Okay. Anything else to ask this guy about? Probably not. Not yet. I mean, we might meet someone that we would come back and ask him about. But I think we're done with this guy. So we're going to say goodbye to this guy. And with that, we're going to take our first break. I think the technology here is working pretty well. Can you see everything okay? Is it reasonably as well as can be expected? All right, so far, so good. It's interesting. It's a different world. We haven't often been in this time period. The closest I can think of playing a game in this time period was Mortem Medieval Detective, which is looking a little better in the rear view mirror. I'm kind of curious. I hope they make some more of those. All right, so we're going to take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. I did realize one thing, like he told us about this guy, right? But we didn't ask about him. Let me just look in the history and see what he said about this guy. Here, let's see. Side jobs. It didn't seem that strange. Then I noticed these people seemed a bit thuggish, especially one of them. This is the guy that was hiring him for side jobs. But we didn't ask him about this guy. That was probably an oversight. I think we're going to have to ask him about this guy. I hate to go back and talk to him again after we already said goodbye, but if he happens to know where this guy is, it seems like we should have asked him. I once saw him talking with Antoine. I went to the workshop in the evening, and this man was there, looking at me silently with a daring smile. Next day I warned Antoine, but he assured me everything was fine. I guess that wasn't true, given what happened to poor Antoine. All right, so now I'm going to say goodbye. All right, so no extra information about this guy. All right, let's make our way through and talk to the wife, see if she knows anything that this guy doesn't. Marie Castagnier. I hope I can help somehow. Yeah, I'll bet you can. Okay, let's ask about herself. I'm Marie Castagnier. I try to be a supportive wife and keep the scriptorium in good shape. My husband has way too much on his mind already, what with running the workshop and maintaining the scribes. Okay. Well, we could ask her about her husband. That doesn't seem important. Let's see what she knows about our victim. I found him dead in his workshop. It was late at night, and I heard sounds of fighting. I ran to see what was happening, but the doors between our house and the workshop were locked. When I came back with the spare key, it was already too late. Antoine was dead, and the door leading to the street was open. I didn't see the killer. So the door is locked when the killer was in there with him. Doesn't tell us that the door was locked when the killer arrived and he had to get let in, but no sign of a breaking and entering. My husband had a high opinion of the scribe, but I think he was up to something, working at night, meeting with strangers, doing other jobs on the side. Can't believe Bertrand let this man do whatever he wanted. He pretended to be shy and hardworking, but I saw him meeting a young woman, sometimes even late at night. That's not how a decent man behaves, is it? Okay, is this going to be a dancer? I think that message about the Burgundy wine might be a code message, but let's see who our girl he was meeting with. Let's see if this is going to be the dark-haired girl that he's got in his locket. Aha. Okay, well, this is surely our vision girl. Now we found her. And Tina was right. It wasn't the wife that was in his vision. It was this girl right here. That's her little purse neck strap, looks like. So he's meeting a young woman, sometimes even at night. I wonder if she is like the courier for some secret messages. I feel like he might be a spy or something. But okay, so we don't know where she is, so we're going to put her down here. But let's ask this wife more about this woman. A young woman, about 25 years old, with dark hair, quite a pretty face and sad eyes. Antoine never spoke of her, but it was obvious there was something going on. What kind of woman freely visits a man at night? Imagine that. All right, let's see if she knows this rough patron. Unfortunately, I don't know that person. All right. I want to ask her what she thinks of our dog. but I don't think that's how it works. Okay. Let's ask her about the tome that our guy was working on that was missing. I saw Antoine working on that book, but I believe it was one of his additional commissions. All right, so not working for the scriptorium owner, but a private job. All right. We could ask her about the lock of hair in the box. I don't feel like she's going to know anything, but I am curious to hear if she says, oh, that's my box. Marie reacts nervously. Why would I know anything about it? Lock of hair? Maybe it belongs to the young woman who visited Antoine so often. Why is she nervous about it? It's clearly her box. Is she a dancer? Very strange. It's clearly her box. Her husband recognized it. She's nervous about it. Interesting. All right. Let's ask her about the crucifix, see if she knows when he started wearing it. Antoine received the cross as a gift, I suppose. I'm not sure who gave it to him. I just noticed it one day somewhere around the workshop. Antoine didn't want to say where he got it. The man had secrets, I tell you. John says we should ask the man if he knows the woman. That's a good idea. All right, let's ask this woman about this letter about the tavern, although I don't think she's got much to say about it. I'm a decent woman, and I don't know anything about taverns or any such places. All right. Did we ask her about this guy yet? I don't think we did, but I'm curious to ask her about it just in case. I don't know that person. Maybe we did ask her. So I guess we've run out of things to ask her about. We could ask her about the guard, but he doesn't seem important. So I think we're done with her. Since we're already here, we might as well ask the... Well, before we go back to this guy, let me see if this guy is here. Oops. He's not here. He left. Okay, so I'm going to put him down here. He was there. He told us you shouldn't be wasting time, and then he left. All right, so now while we're still here, let's ask this guy about the woman. Yes, we know. You've said all that up before. Yes, I saw her visiting Antoine. None of my business as long as he did his work. All right, well, we're done with him now. Okay, it seems like we've exhausted this place. I don't want to show Percival the dog these items yet because I want to try to meet these other people first before we see if he can recognize the scent. We've got the tavern location, and we've got where our guy Antoine had a place where he lived. And then we've got our family members who we absolutely might want to ask about. We might want to ask her about the crucifix. We might want to ask the spy if he happens to know any of these people, especially these two. We might want to ask the monk about that letter, whether he thinks it's, or about, I guess, the tome. He might know about it. All right, what would you like to do? Would you like to ask these people something? It seems like probably we should go to these places first. Then we have a bunch of stuff we could stop by and ask our family members rather than go here, then here, then here, then back and forth. So let's not talk to our family members yet. Let's go visit one of these two places. Where would you rather go? Where he lived or the tavern? Jonathan says, check where you live. Might be some additional documents to be found. Might want to get those before someone else tosses the apartment. All right, let's go to where you live. So we're going to scan. Okay. You visit an old tenement house cramped at the back of a narrow alley. When you try to enter, you're stopped by a man who introduces himself as the householder. 23. Okay. So it's the householder. We don't recognize him from anything. That means the landlord, I guess. All right, so we're going to put the landlord at this location. He doesn't want to let us in so right away, so I guess we have to talk to him. He says, aren't you that miraculous knight everyone talks about? Ha ha! And there's that faithful dog. What a story! I'm Pierre, and I'm at your service. All right. Well, let's ask him about Antoine. Ah, dead? That's horrible. Well, he lived in the room upstairs with his sister. 25. Oh, that's the young woman is his sister. And her husband. 24. Honestly, I rarely saw him in the apartment, and he often stayed overnight elsewhere. I don't know where. Okay, so our mystery woman turns out to be his sister. And her husband, whoa, we recognize him, don't we? So there's her from the vision, and there's him. And it looks like he's been beat up recently. These aren't long-term scars, because he doesn't have them here. Oh, very interesting. He often stayed overnight elsewhere. Don't know where. I can show you the room where they live. Householder leads you upstairs to a small one-room apartment where you meet a slightly drunk man. Oh, the sister's husband's there. Okay, so now we can put the sister's husband there. No sign of the sister, though. All right, well, what do you want to ask him before we start talking to the drunk husband? I think I'd like to ask him if he's seen this guy. Maybe ask about the sister. Maybe ask if he's seen this woman hanging around. Let's ask about the sister. Obviously, he knows her. Let's see what he knows about her. Jean, that's the scribe's sister. She also lives here with her husband. She's not in the apartment, though. She works in Lord de Clairefontaine's palace on the Ile de la Cité. So we got a new location. A. Boy, these are some fancy locations. All right, so let's put this out somewhere. Base. Okay, so that's where she works, at Lord Clairefontaine's palace. All right. Anyone else we want to ask him about? Let's ask if he's seen the wife of the scriptorium owner ever visiting. Nope. Don't know. All right. How about this unsavory character? Nope. No. Okay. I suppose we could ask about the husband so he could tell us what he thinks about him. He's one pathetic drunkard. I heard numerous loud quarrels between him and his wife, Jean. They struggled to pay the rent on time, but getting a fancy wine wasn't a problem for him. So, we're told to retrieve a special card, a fancy bottle of wine, which we recognize from this vision. And he's got a bruised up from getting it. It looks like. And it's got some kind of seal on it. Let's keep our eye open for that seal. Very interesting. So remember, we don't have this wine. We just know about it. So I'm going to put it down here. But he's not done. Let's see what he says. The scribe often paid the rent for them, even though he rarely slept in the apartment. But that didn't seem like it was enough. Gary had some grudge against the scribe. They were fighting. It was something about Gary's wife. Okay, so the husband of the sister and the scribe were getting into a fight, had a grudge against him. Something about the wife. Something about our scribe's sister. All right, we found the clue, the bottle of wine, and it tells us to put it down there where we put it. Okay. Anything more we want to ask this guy before we talk to the husband, if he's awake to talk to us? I mean, let's ask about this locket of hair. Maybe he can recognize the hair, whether it belongs to the sister. Nope. He says, nope. Oh, no. All right. Well, if we see someone else, we might want to ask him. If we meet someone else, we might want to talk to him again and find out if he's seen that person walk in. John says, ask him about the crucifix. Okay. Nope, don't know, he says. All right, so I think we're done with this guy for now. Well, wait a second. He did tell us he saw the brother with a bottle of wine. Let's ask him about that wine. Maybe he can give more information. I might have seen an unusual bottle in the apartment where Gary, Jean, and Antoine live. Quite expensive for their taste, I think, and they still have the nerve to say they don't have money. Okay. Well, let's goodbye this guy. Let's see if we can wake up the drunk husband. Why are you bothering me? Nicholas says, let the dog sniff the hair. Here's why we're not going to let the dog... Oh, the dog could tell us whether it belongs to the wife or the sister. It's a good point. I'd rather meet the sister first and then let the dog sniff it, because then the dog will know which woman can help us figure out which woman it belongs to. If he sniffs it and doesn't know who to go to, then we'll have to sniff again when we meet the sister. So I'd rather wait till we meet the sister to have the dog sniff it. But you're right. It's a good thing to sniff. All right, so he's not happy. Okay, let's ask about his wife first. If she isn't working at the palace on the Ile de la Cité, I don't know where she could be, and I don't care. Okay, now let's ask about the dead guy. Find out what grudge he's got. My brother-in-law dead, little bastard. I told him he was chasing money too much, and he wouldn't listen. I can't help you with your search. We didn't speak much. He never liked me, and I didn't like him. That's it. Well, we might have had a few arguments. I might have punched him once or twice for good reason, you know. He wanted to take my wife from Paris, start a new life. Supposedly I'm not treating her well? What a load of crap. I do what I can and nobody's going to lecture me. I told him not to mention it again and to stop messing with Jean's head. Okay. Well, now, if this scene is him sitting next to this guy, and it's the past, he will have seen the crucifix. Let's see if he recognizes it. I don't know. Will you stop bothering me with your stupid questions? Not clear. Okay. If that is the burgundy wine that never got delivered, maybe he will react to this message about missing wine. I don't know. Will you stop bothering me with your stupid questions? Okay, what about the hair? Is it your wife's? I don't know. Will you stop bothering me with your stupid questions? Okay. Well, let's ask him about the bottle of wine that he had. I know nothing about it, but I never refuse a good drink. Okay. Not very helpful, this guy. Let's ask about himself. Maybe he'll tell us where he works. Yeah, that's me. You want something? Wow, he is not very helpful. Jonathan says, does he know the thug? Okay, let's find out. You better not mess with people like Raoul Lebon. Well, he knows his name, and he knows he's a bad guy. Raoul Lebon. Doesn't know where he is, though. All right. Well, Anna has stopped by, said she already played this one. Likes the 1900 version better. Okay. We're over here now, by the way. Well, we could ask about the landlord if we suspect the landlord is up to no good. I suppose since we're talking to him, it only takes a couple minutes. I'm going to ask him about the landlord just in case. The old prick sticking his big nose in other people's business. All right. Not much. However, the dog has got a scent of him. In case we run into something, the dog might tell us if it belongs to him. But I think we might be done here. Might be time to go to that tavern. Or find the sister. All right, well, you've got two choices. Where would you like to go? The tavern or where the sister works? Maybe I'm going to swap these locations. Let's put the sister working near where she lives. All right, what's it going to be? To the sister, Nicola says, because Nicola wants the dog to sniff the hair, which I don't disagree with. The sooner we get this dog and his little snout working, Percival, the better we are. All right, we're going to goodbye from here, and we're going to visit where the sister works. You arrive at the palace courtyard, but the entrance is guarded. No one's allowed inside. Sergeant Matthias is here talking with the guards. You use the servants' entrance and meet the master of the kitchen. So actually, our guard that was investigating the case has found his way here. Interesting. And when we go into the servants' quarters, we meet the master of the kitchen. He is also there. And that's where we are now. All right. And he's talking with the guards. Well, let's take our opportunity to talk to the guard doing the investigation because he disappears so quickly. You again? What do you want now? All right, well, let's ask about himself. I am Matthias, the sergeant of the Châtelet. Châtelet. My duty is to keep crime at bay, and I will use all possible means to do so. Interesting. I wonder, by the way, if this isn't a vision of him holding a stick of some sort. All right. His duty is to keep crime at bay. All right, let's ask him what he thinks about the guy who was killed. He obviously messed with the wrong people. That's how all shady business ends, if you ask me. All right, well, if this guy is the local police, then maybe he knows about this shady-looking guy. He may call himself a king of thieves or whatever, but he's just a common thug. Sooner or later, he'll end up in the dungeons of the Bastille, I swear. Okay, this guy is king of the thieves. Interesting. Thief normally doesn't go killing people. Well, what else would you like to ask him? Remember, he's doing an independent investigation, even though the scriptorium owner doesn't think he's very good at his job. Let's see if he's seen the sister, since he's at the location where the sister works. Yes, that's the dead scribe's sister. She ran away from the palace the moment she saw me. Suspicious, right? She's definitely hiding something. She dropped her bag, but it was empty. I left it in the kitchen. Ask the head cook about it. So she dropped her bag that she's carrying here in this vision. Maybe this is this vision of her meeting the guard and dropping it. But it was empty, huh? Okay. Well, bags and sacks, huh? Okay, so we don't have it. It's in the kitchen. We don't have it. It's in the kitchen, but it's here. We're going to find that when we go in the kitchen, I suppose. Though it's empty, he says. All right. What else do you want to ask him about while we're here? Let's find out if this guy, the brother-in-law, has a criminal record. Who's that? Doesn't know him. We asked about the sister. We asked about this. If he's the sergeant at arms, maybe he knows about this stolen wine. Don't know anything about that. Okay. Anything else we want to ask him about before he disappears? Well, he said it was empty and he put it in the kitchen. So I guess we don't have to ask him about the bags anymore. Maybe he recognizes the crucifix? I don't think that's relevant, he says. Okay. I'm not sure what else to ask him about. I'm going to ask him about this tome the guy was translating. Let's see if he knows what it is. A scribe was working on that book, wasn't he? If you happen to find out anything about it, or the book itself, you should inform me immediately. It would greatly help with the investigation. Interesting. I'm curious to ask our uncle, the monk, about this book, how important it is and what it's about. All right, I think we might be... I asked about the brother-in-law. He said, "Who's that?" All right, I guess we're done with this guy for now. He wants us to come back if we find the book. Let's talk to the kitchen guy and see if we can get our hands on that purse. Head cook greets you and gives a treat to Percival. I have a lot of work in the Lord's kitchen, but I can spare you a moment. Okay. So the sister works there. Let's see if he knows where she lives or where she is. Jean? She's a good girl. I saw her in the palace earlier today doing her duties. Then she disappeared and no one could tell me where she went. I found her bag here in the kitchen. Here it is. Bartholomew hands you the bag. So now it's going to tell us to move it from blue to red. Okay, so now we're going to move the sack up to where it's in our possession. Now we could give it to the dog, but presumably she's gone home. I guess we could probably find her at her home now. The guard told us when she found out about her brother's murder, she ran back to home. Unless she didn't go home and she's somewhere else. But I don't think the dog can track people to where he doesn't know where they are, but I might be wrong. Okay, well, what else do we want to ask him about? Let's ask about this bottle of wine. Maybe it belongs from this kitchen. Maybe that's where it was stolen from. It sounds like one of those fine Burgundy wines. I could probably tell you a bit more if I saw the actual bottle. All right, so we don't have the bottle, so we can't show it to him. But now he says that is a Burgundy wine, which is that letter from the tavern that talked about it never arriving. Plot thickens. So my old theory about that letter about Burgundy wine being a coded message is seeming like it's not right. It seems like it's literally somehow connected to our case. Maybe what happened is... Maybe ask if the thug thief has been hanging around. Here's a theory for you. Our guy gets a job to transcribe this letter about missing Burgundy wine. He has a thought. Hey, I think I've seen that wine in my house. This guy had it. So he tells his brother, hey, you stole that wine, didn't you? And maybe the brother kills him to keep him quiet. What do you think of that theory? That wouldn't explain the missing tome, though. All right, so we're still talking to the kitchen guy. And John says, ask if the thief has been hanging around. Okay, let's see if the thief is hanging around. I wish I could help, but he can't, okay? He's given us the bag. We could ask about it. Maybe he knows what she normally keeps in it. Jane dropped it while she was running away. Okay, not very helpful to us. We could ask about the letter of the missing wine. It seems unlikely that he can help us with that, but let's see. I'm sorry, I don't know anything about that. John says, let's have the dog track using the bag. Before we do that, I want to see what the guard says about her running away. Whether he thinks she ran home. She's the dead scribe's sister. She ran away from the palace the moment she saw me. She dropped her bag. So she ran away. Are we going to assume she couldn't have run home because we would have saw her, we would have crossed paths with her? Before we try to use the dog to track her down to someplace she's never been, I wonder if we shouldn't go to the place we know about first, the tavern. Because if she's there, we don't need the dog to track her down. So let's remember that this guy, the kitchen guy, said he could probably tell us more about the Burgundy wine if we find it. So let's remember to come back to him if we find that wine. Otherwise, I guess we're going to say goodbye to this guy. All right. So let us travel to the tavern. Nicholas says, you really don't want to use that dog, do you? I do want to use the dog, but okay, maybe you've got a point. Let me look at it the other way. If the girl is at the tavern, then we'll never find out if the dog can take you to some place that when he hasn't met someone. So you've got a good point. So you've changed my mind. We're gonna try to see if the dog can take us to the sister, even though he's never met the sister. That's my question. All right, here we go. We're about to use Percival the dog. Let's take a good look at him before we put him to use. Okay, doggy. What do you think about this? All right, let's do it. So first we scan Percival, the dog. Percival barks and eagerly waits for your command. Okay, Percival. What do you think about this bag? Do you detect anything on it? Percival sniffs the bag and runs off, his nose to the ground. You follow and arrive at a house near the Chateau de Louvre. So he has actually tracked down, we've learned something important. He's actually tracked down a location we had didn't ever hear about. Place near the Louvre. So Percival ran off. He ran off screen and he took us to a new location out on the countryside near the Louvre. What is it, Percival? What do you smell? An old woman opens the door but doesn't let you in. All right, so we're going to put a new location out. Percival took us there. And a new woman, 22. So she doesn't let you in, but she's going to talk to us. Maybe she can talk to Percival. All right, well, let's engage her in some conversation. She looks at you suspiciously. How may old Gertrude help you? All right, Gertrude, well, we think the sister is going to be there. She seems hesitant. Well, maybe you could help her. Come with me. She opens the door and lets you inside. You find a young woman sitting by the fire. We found the sister. So now we know the sister is there, sitting next to Percival. All right, well, we've got a lot to ask the sister about. This old woman has led us to the sister. We probably don't have much more to talk to this woman. Let's just ask her about herself and then let's move along. Yes. My name's Gertrude Aubernard. All right, well, I mean, we have no reason to think she knows anything about anything. We're just going to leave. We're going to say goodbye to her and talk to the sister. If we want to come back and ask her anything else, we'll do that later. All right, this is exciting. We're talking to the sister now. A young woman looks at you with sad eyes. Seeing Percival cheers her up a bit. Yes? Let's ask her to tell us a little bit about herself. Just warm her up with the icebreaker. Oh, my whole world has collapsed in one day. I don't know what to do. Maybe I really should leave Paris. All right. Well, let's befriend her by returning her bag to her and ask her what was in it. Oh, I must have dropped it when I ran from the palace. I use it to carry around the book Antoine was working on, but the bag was empty when I left it in the palace. So she's talking about this book that she helps Antoine carry around. And what does she say? She says, I use it to carry around the book Antoine was working on, but the bag was empty when I left it in the palace. So she seems to be just saying she left an empty bag in the palace. Okay, so then the natural question to ask her about is, where is this book then? Antoine told me that finishing this book would give him a substantial sum of coins. He always dreamed of leaving Paris. He wanted a simpler life for himself and his family, somewhere else. He also wanted to get away from Marie. Bingo. He's got some interaction with the wife of the scriptorium owner. We knew it. Let's hear what the sister says. The book was almost finished. Antoine was going to bring me a few missing pages later today. She pauses for a moment, trying not to burst into tears. But that's not important anymore. I hid the book at the cemetery, behind a loose stone next to the angel statue. You should be able to find it easily. Okay, so she's now told us about yet another location, the cemetery. And she's told us where she hid it. So let's put this new location out. All right, that's where the book is. Maybe we'll put this book over here to remind us. Oh, this woman is suspicious. What's going on with her? Let's ask her about the lock of hair and if she says it's that wife or hers. It was a gift from Marie to Antoine, a token of her affection. Percival could help prove that. So she was having an affair with Antoine, the wife. The wife was having an affair with Antoine, and Antoine wanted to get away from her. So did she have him killed? Or kill him herself? Very suspicious. All right, what do you want to ask her about next? We could ask about her husband. Yes, Gary drinks a lot and can get quite violent. He's changed a lot since we moved to Paris. He doesn't want to leave the city and often argues with my brother about it. When Antoine said he wanted to take me from Paris, Gary beat him. Some nights my husband disappears and returns after a couple days. I don't know what he does, but I'm scared of him sometimes. The husband looks like he could be hanging out with the thief. Let's ask her about this king of thieves. I'm sorry, kind sir, I don't know. Okay, well, she hasn't seen him out with her husband, that's for sure. Maybe she's seen the wine, though, that her husband had. One night, my husband brought that bottle to our apartment. I don't know where he got it, but it looks fancy. Yes, you're right. Okay. I don't think we asked about Marie, the wife of the scriptorium owner. Maybe we need to ask about her. Antoine, well, he had an affair with her over a year ago, but something went awry and he didn't want to continue the relationship. He told me she'd become really demanding and was threatening him. Her husband is a jealous man, and Antoine was afraid he'd find out about them. He started to avoid her. He locked the door to his workshop and focused on finishing the job quickly. So that suggests that he kept his workshop locked. That means his killer somehow got in, maybe because they had a key. Does that tell us that the murderer was either Marie Castagnier or Bertrand Castagnier? Because if he keeps his workshop door locked at all times, does that mean it had to have been one of those two that killed him? And you'd have to guess it was the wife, or the wife gave a key to someone, because Bertrand, when he saw the box, he admitted it looked familiar. That would suggest to me that he hasn't discovered that they were having an affair. All right, anything else you want to ask Jean Holdevine? Chat says, I feel like we've heard the last name of the old lady before. Maybe we could scan the history of people we've talked to. Did we ask Marie, or did she just get brought up? Okay, well, I just asked about her. Bertrand also hired us, so it seems unlikely he did it. Good point. Ask about the old lady. Okay. I think she's just a friend. Madame Abernard is so kind to me. I can't thank her enough. All right, you wanted to see if we've heard her before, huh? Yeah, let's see. Gonna search for people. I'm looking at the top, looking if we see her name. Bernard, that's her. We talked to her. Oh, you're right. Look at that. She's the wife of this guy, the cook. Interesting. Okay, good catch, Jonathan. It's a good good reason to pay attention to names otherwise. So it makes sense that if she works in the kitchen, that she went to stay with the wife of the guy she works for. But now, I guess we could ask about the guy she works for. Monsieur Abernard taught me so much. Working in the palace is hard, but it's much easier with him as the master of the kitchen. He's always good to me, almost like a father. All right, so he's a good guy, but no reason to ask the wife about him. Did we ask him about the letter about the missing wine? We did, and he doesn't know. The wine didn't come from him. That's what we know. The wine didn't come from... He said, if you have it, if you have a bottle, I can help answer a question. But without the real bottle, he can't help more. Have we asked the sister about the crucifix? Antoine showed me the cross and said it was a payment. So someone gave him the cross, and then it was found dropped on in his place. I think that maybe that's just a suggestion that he wasn't robbed. Like, we found the book now. The sister has the book. And the cross was worth money, and yet it was left on the floor. I think that suggests that it was a crime of passion, not a robbery. So I think we've got the wife Marie as our prime suspect now. John says we should go collect the book from the cemetery. Yes, it's 3 p.m. Okay, so let's leave the sister now. I think we're done with her. I don't think there's much more to get from her. So let's goodbye her. Oh, you're approached by a boy wearing simple, dirty clothes. Good sir, I've been looking for you everywhere and was told I'd find you here. I have a message for you from Pierre, the householder of the tenement house in La Grande Boucherie. That's where our guy Antoine lived. And the message is from the landlord that we already met. And he's bringing us a message. Okay. He says, there was a fight in Antoine's apartment and you should see it. So a more recent fight, maybe another crime scene to look through. Maybe someone's searching the apartment looking for something. We've got the tavern place to go to also, and now this guy wants us to go back to the fight, and then we've got the cemetery. Let's go get the book first. Yeah, then we can ask people about it. All right, we're going to the book. We'll get there. You arrive at the cemetery. It's a hub for lowlifes and misfits. You see a group of thugs carrying barrels and bottles. The bottles are marked with a seal and look exactly like the one you saw in your dream. Two thugs notice you and approach, but a man with a roguish smile halts them. Okay, so first of all, I want you to notice that the thug that notices us is this guy. I notice a little bit of blinking on the screen. Like there's a little, when I'm switching cameras to this top down, it's having a little bit of dropped frames. I'll have to look into that in a bit. Okay, it's saying the bottle of wine matches the one we saw in our vision. There's the guy that interrupts us. And there's our vision bottle. So I think it's saying that we've met this guy and he's here. So let's put him here. And let's just take another look at that for a second. It's a hub for lowlifes and misfits. You see a group of thugs carrying barrels and bottles. So they've stolen these bottles from somewhere. Two thugs were approaching us, but this guy protects us somehow. All right. Let's talk to him. Well, well, well. Who visits Raoul de Bon in his domain? Are you the gifted man people speak about? You've got quite a reputation, I must say. But I won't let you or your dog wander around my place. This is as far as you go. If you want to go any farther, you'll need to pay a toll, or maybe you know our password, eh? All right. So it seems like he's not going to let us go get that book unless we know a password. But we don't know any password, do we? We could try asking him about the wine. Let's see if he'll even talk to us, though. I don't trust you enough to share what I know, but if you happen to know the password or have some coin to pay the toll, I might change my mind. All right, so he doesn't really want to talk to us. But I wonder if the password is going to be found at that apartment during the fight or something. It feels like we have to leave here until we find the password. I'm not sure. Can we bribe him with the crucifix? Well, okay. If we could bribe him with the crucifix, which is certainly possible, that's clearly not the preferred way to do it, right? Wouldn't we rather have the password? I don't want to sell that crucifix. We could use that money to help set the sister up outside Paris. Let's not give away that expensive crucifix just to get in here. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask him one more question about himself or the brother. I'm going to ask about the brother. I don't think he wants to talk to us. So let's see. I don't trust you. Okay, we're going to leave here because he doesn't trust us till we know the password. So I'm going to goodbye this guy. We could go to the tavern and pick up the bottle of wine. They might know the password at the tavern. Or we could go and hear about the fight. Where would you like to go? I think maybe we need to take a break first. All right, we're going to take an 8-minute break. Then we'll come back and give some thought about whether you want to go find out about the fight in his apartment or if you want to go to the tavern. I'll see you in 8 minutes. What's happened? Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're playing Chronicles of Crime 1400 box, a case called The Missing Pages. This might be a good time to remind you that if you like this video, if you want to see more videos like this, consider giving this video a thumbs up, liking it, or do whatever your system is for deciding when you like a video. Give it a thumbs down if you don't want to see more of these kinds of games, whatever your system is. Let's do a little recap of our case here. We've got a murdered body of a scribe. Scene of the crime is a little unusual. He's got an expensive crucifix laying on the ground at the crime scene. That seems to suggest that the motive was probably not robbery. We had a vision of him writing in a fancy illustrated book. We thought maybe someone was searching for that and stole it and couldn't find it or stole it. We've now tracked that down. His sister kept hold of it, and she's hidden it in the cemetery where we can't get access to. There are too many thugs around there. He does have a locket of hair that we think belongs to Marie, the wife of the scriptorium owner, which we know our dead guy had an affair with, broke it off, something went awry, broke it off because he was afraid the owner would find out. I guess that's her hair in the box. It's her box. She's lied about it. She isn't telling the truth. I don't know why he's keeping the locket of hair if he wants to break up with her, but maybe he still kind of loves her. He's just, for his own safety, has broken up with her. We're also told that he's been keeping his workshop door locked. Again, makes us think that it wasn't a stranger that broke in to kill him. We know she has a spare key because she's the one who discovered the body, she claims. And she claims she heard a fight in the workshop and she had to rush to get her spare key and let herself in. And it was locked when she let herself in. Maybe that's another reason to severely doubt her, because how does someone kill him and get out and lock the door behind them? I don't think we saw a window that you could escape from or come in from, although we might want to recheck that scene. If that's true, though, then someone had to have a key to get in, right? Because even if he let them in, the door was locked, she claimed, when she came to find the body, so someone would have to lock afterwards. Now, it could always be the husband, although he was pretty convincing in recognizing the box with the locket of hair, but not being able to place it, and he hired us. So this is our prime suspect right now. Jonathan says, I might be reading that wrong about the locked doors. Okay, so that's one chain of things going on. The other chain of things is that we've had these visions, and one is with the sister's husband drinking this sealed bottle of wine. He might be having a meal with this guy who has the crucifix that our guy was paid in the past. But we're not sure that these two are drinking together. These could be completely separate events, separate taverns, whatever. We've also got this wine. Our scribe had a letter to translate about, or to copy, about how this wine was never arrived at the tavern. Tavern owner wanting to know where it was. Somehow the brother-in-law has found this expensive, fancy wine. This guy, brother-in-law, hangs out with this thief, so it seems likely that the two of them stole this wine from somewhere. I do wonder if the scribe didn't make the connection, but then if they killed him, you would think they would have stolen his crucifix. Then we've got this scene of her dropping her purse, leaving it empty. We know this is where she carried the manuscript that our guy Antoine was working on, but we seem to have wrapped up that mystery. It was empty, she had hid it and dropped it. So that seems like we know where the manuscript is. It's buried in the church, hidden in the church by the sister. So we think we know where that is. We haven't found the bottle of wine yet. And there's where the tavern is, and there's where the landlord just sent us a message saying there's been a fight, come check it out. So that's where we are now. We haven't visited the tavern. We haven't gone back to look at the fight. We haven't figured out what password this guy wants, which we definitely would like to have. So that's where we are. Let's check in with the chat. Nicholas says, let the dog sniff the hair. You guys really want this dog. We're going to let the dog sniff the hair, but we're going to come back. I want the dog to sniff the hair when we are standing in front of the woman to see if she has some reaction. If the dog's like, points to her. I want to see if she has a reaction to it. So I'm not going to have him sniff the hair yet. So the choice I'm giving you is, do you want to go to the tavern or do you want to go back to Antoine's apartment and see what the fight was about? That's your choice. Vote now. Vote apartment or vote tavern. Those are your two choices. The dog sniffing of the hair will happen later. Greg has dropped by the channel and says, where's my better view? Greg says, don't let the dog know about your Subterra history with dogs. It's too bad we didn't film any playthroughs of Subterra. Subterra 2, there's a character you can play with a dog, and we played 1 or 2 games where the dog was just like getting killed every turn. He would wake back up and he would try to make a run for it, past some traps, and got killed each time. All right, let's see. So 2 votes for the apartment. It looks like we're going to the apartment. Greg has already played this mission, so he already knows about it. All right, so the vote was clear. We're going to the apartment. All right, let's scan the apartment. He says there's been a fight. We don't really understand what's happened here. When you visit the old tenement house, a householder informs you that there was a fight recently. A guard came, I heard fighting, and a man living in the apartment ran away. Go see for yourself, but keep an eye on that dog. I don't need a bigger mess. So the person he's talking about that ran away is the brother-in-law, the sister's husband. All right, keep an eye on that dog. Oh, a guard came. Oh, that's important. So our guard, who's sort of trailing us or ahead of us, he's investigating the case on his own. He arrived at their apartment and they got into a fight and this guy ran away. All right. You can speak with the householder or investigate the apartment. All right, so we've got our second scene of a crime is what we've got. All right, you ready to search the scene? All right, so we're going to rotate our tablet. We're going to search the scene. Here we go. There's the wine. We've got broken furniture. Whoa, we've got blood. We've got what looks like a blunt melee instrument, the bat. A broken barrel, like the whole place got torn up. That looks like some plants up there. what's on the table that looks like a bed. Looks like there's a body under there. Is that not a body? Certainly lots of blood, bedding, some clothing, some cooking utensils. Let's look again. All right, so we've got like a bat, a melee weapon, lots of blood, some furniture. There's our wine we can actually pick up and carry with us. It looks like maybe there was something hidden in this barrel or the barrel just got broken. More candles. Oh, some flowers. Anything up at the ceiling? No. Window, door, cooking stuff. Nothing else really on the floor. Those look like... It looks like there's almost a body under there, but I don't know if that's right. Bedding. All right, let's see what we found then. Let's go over it. Signs and symbols, no. Tools? Not really. Blood, yes. Bottles, not really. Furniture, yes. Doors and windows, yes. Clothes, not really. Jewelry, not really. Books, no. Parchments, no. Writing material, no. Flammable objects, I think we did see some candles. Melee weapons, that's the important one. Keys and locks, no. Trash, not really. Liquids, not really. Decorative items, not really. Footprints and traces, probably not. Coins, no. Toiletries, plants. There was a weird plant there. Games and toys, animals, bedding, yes. Kitchen utensils, possibly. Paintings and drawing, tableware, I guess. Headwear, cords, ranged weapons, shields, medicine, vehicles, food. Where's our bottles? Where's our bottles? Bottles. Tools, signs and symbols. All right, well, kitchen utensils, not really, but maybe tableware. So this is what I have of what we possibly could have seen. Anyone else see anything that I haven't included here? Let's see. Is there a footprint with a squished candle? All right, well, we could take a look again. Now that we've picked out our main things, I do have footprints and traces on our list here, but let's take a look on the scene and see if we see footprints just for fun. You're saying here where this candle is. I don't really see any signs of footprints. Bedding, clothing? I guess I'd call that bedding, not clothing. I guess those are kitchen utensils. I'm going to put kitchen utensils back out, even though I don't see why that would be important for us. I guess typically when we play this, we don't worry about if we see something that there's a card for, we scan it, even if we can't think of why that would be important. All right. There were some clothes above the bed, Jonathan said. Okay, I couldn't tell if those were bedding or clothing, but I could go take out the clothing card. As I was saying, if we see something in the scene, we scan it, even if we don't know why it would be important. So let me add clothes to our list. Okay. let's start with the good stuff. The bat is from the Vision, Nicola reminds us. Yes, that's absolutely true. This looks like the Vision. Now, when we talk to the sister, she says that the guard came, or the guard says she ran. And we're told that the guard showed up at this house and had a fight with this guy. So it makes sense that this weapon belonged to the guard. Might it also be that this is our suspect, that she has hired this guard to do the killing? If this is the weapon and the dog can trace it back, but we think this is going to be the guard holding it, but I don't know how we're going to figure out if this was what killed our guy, though. All right, let's scan some of these and see what we got. Let's start with the one we're most interested in, bottles. Let's see if we can get possession of this bottle. A bottle of wine with a seal depicting a crown. It somehow survived the fight completely intact. Refer to card 2 when you want to use the bottle. Okay, so essentially we've now got, this used to be just the concept of the bottle we knew about. Now we actually can see it, hold it, and ask people about it. Remember, the kitchen guy said, if you show me the bottle, I might be able to tell you more about it. All right. So we don't need the bottle on our card, but it was number, let me just make sure that it told us to put, yeah, card 2. Okay, so I've moved card 2 up to our possessions. Okay, let's see about the blood. A small amount of blood marks the place where the cudgel was lying. So the cudgel is item 12, which is the melee weapon. Okay, that's called a cudgel. I always thought a cudgel was like a knife, not a bit of a baton. I'm gonna scan that weapon. Simple cudgel lies on the floor. It's covered with blood. Can someone look up the definition of cudgel? I always thought a cudgel was a knife. All right, so we found the weapon used in the fight, and maybe we found the murder weapon. Okay, and we're done with blood. Probably the rest of this is not important, but I suppose we'll scan it just for fun. Greg says, this case has some serious In the Name of the Rose vibe. So In the Name of the Rose is a mystery movie with Sean Connery. And is it Meg Tilly that's in Name of the Rose? Nicholas says, a cudgel is a short, thick stick used as a weapon. Wow, I always thought, that's interesting. I learned something new. Name of the Rose is Sean Connery. Is it also Meg Tilly? I think Meg Tilly's in it. Meg Tilly and her sister Jennifer Tilly. Jennifer Tilly is the crazy one, who is also a poker star now. And Meg Tilly is the one that's jaw-droppingly beautiful. She was the, wow. Okay. She was also in a movie that was on my top 10 relationship movies on Greg's channel. And what's the name of that movie, which I'm drawing a blank on? The movie that's the ensemble cast with Jeff Goldblum and Jeff Bridges. What movie am I thinking about? With the music and whole ensemble important. The Big Chill. The Big Chill. Meg Tilly's in The Big Chill. And can someone confirm whether she is in Name of the Rose? Umberto Eco is the is the writer, but I'm not imagining a different movie, right? It was also made into a movie with Sean Connery. Okay. Let's get back to work here. Bedding. Nothing. Kitchen utensils. Nothing. I mean, we suspected all this. Furniture. Some furniture is damaged or destroyed, a clear sign of a recent fight. What about those plants? Was that just imaginary? Nothing. Clothes. Colorful headscarf hangs on a railing among some other clothes. Colorful headscarf. That's interesting. That seems significant. Like someone was using that as a disguise or clothing. It's not in any of our visions, is it? Not really. Colorful headscarf. That's interesting. Okay, what about the door? Found a clue. We found a headscarf. Interesting. All right. Oh, the doggy could smell it. Okay, maybe another way to find the sister. Doors and windows? No. Tableware? No. I wonder if that scarf is just another way to find the sister. No footprints and flammable objects. Nothing. Okay. So, the guy who's let us in here is the landlord. No one else is here. I suppose we could talk to him and see what he can tell us about this. Aren't you that miraculous knight everybody talks about? Ha! And there's the faithful dog. What a story. I'm Pierre and I'm at your service. All right, we've talked to him before. So probably he's not going to have anything more to tell us. But now maybe we'll ask him about the guard. Yeah, he came by asking about Jean, and I showed him the apartment and left. And you won't believe what happened next. Shortly after, I heard loud voices and fighting. Then I saw Gary running away and the sergeant chasing him. Ha! That was something. They were like rabbits running around a field. What a story. What happened next? I don't know. Haven't seen them since. Okay, so guard is chasing this guy. The guard is either trying to solve this case or he's trying to pin it on someone. Or he's trying to chase down who stole the wine and doesn't care about the murder. Let's ask him about this headscarf, see if he knows who was wearing it. I'm sure it belongs to Jean. I think this is just another way to find Jean. If for some reason you didn't think to have the dog sniff the purse, you could have it sniff her clothes. Craig says, this dog is probably losing his mind. He can't wait to start smelling this stuff. It's true, but we've already found the girl. We don't really need him to sniff her clothing. We are going to have him smell the hair, but I want to do that in front of the woman. And I'm not sure it's time to confront her. But why haven't we haven't figured out the password, but I think maybe we're going to find the password in the tavern. So is there anything else to do here? All right, so here are our choices. We can go to the tavern, or we could head back to this guy and ask him about the wine. I think maybe we should do that. I don't think we're going to have much more to talk to this guy about, but I do think he did say he could tell us about the wine if we go back. So I think we're going to go back to him. I'm going to goodbye to Pierre. I'm going to go talk to the kitchen guy. You arrive at the palace courtyard. The entrance is guarded. No one's allowed inside. Sergeant Matthias is here talking with the guards. Oh, the guard is here again now. Now we could ask him about the bloody stick. Interesting. This is interesting now. So we've met up with the guard again, apparently. This is where he hangs out when he's off duty. Do we want to talk to the guard and ask the guard about this cudgel? Or will he take it from us? Let's show the dog the cudgel. Let's see. It's full of blood. Surely the dog is not going to be able to detect much. Greg, stop making me laugh. Okay, let's show the dog the cudgel. Percival barks and eagerly awaits your command. Let's see if we show him this bloody thing, how he reacts to that. And I'm so showing it to him while the guy is here. So let's see if he... Percival sniffs the blood on the cudgel, but quickly loses interest. It seems he can't distinguish a single recognizable and strong scent. This could be a clue that this cudgel's been used to beat up lots of people. We could have him sniff the crucifix, but he's probably just going to take us back to where the guy was killed. All right, that's it for the dog, because I don't want him to smell the box of hair, because then he's going to leave. Okay, let me ask this guy about the wine, and then while I'm doing that, you guys can think about whether you want to ask the guard about the cudgel. The head cook greets you and gives a treat to Percival. I have a lot of work in the Lord's kitchen, but I can spare you a moment. All right, let's ask him about the wine, which we now can show him and ask him for more specific details. Ah, this is a fine wine from Burgundy, I see. It used to be served on the Lord's table, but I haven't seen it for some time. I'm not sure why the Lord doesn't want to drink it anymore. The Lord of the Castle, 13. Greg was making a joke about Chronicles. Let's just take a look at what the Lord of the Castle looks like. Okay, there he is. He looks like a lord. All right, so presumably he's at the Lord's castle now. Greg said, show the dog the negatives. In one of the noir cases of Chronicles of Crime, I can't spoil it. I can't say anything about it. I will just say that there was a quote we used for our co-op con, and that was show her the negatives. And it's a reference to something that would get us canceled if we played it online. But yeah, that's enough. I should say no more about that. All right, so now we learned about the Lord. We could try to work our way in to see him now that we know about him, or we could ask this guy about him if we think he's related. Okay, so all we know now is that this is wine from this guy's castle. Does that mean the cook could have stolen it? He seems like a nice guy. Does it mean our sister could have stolen it? No, it's the sister's husband that stole it, but how would he get access to it? Well, let me ask this guy about the Lord. Hubert de Clairefontaine is a good lord and he values my work. I can't complain. Recently, he's become occupied with some legal matters, but I don't know any details. Now, Jonathan's theory that our scribe was being asked to make a copy of the letter about the wine never being delivered might be this missing wine. I could take you to the Lord's chambers if you wish. I think he'd like to speak with a person like you. Come. Bartholomew requests an audience for you and the Lord agrees. Okay, well, we're going to speak with the Lord of the castle now. What brings such a famous knight to my palace? Are you offering me your talents? Well, let's ask about him. Let's get some background here. Hubert de Clairefontaine, Lord and Royal Advisor of our King. I have many more titles, but I assume you're not interested in them. Okay. We got lots to ask him about. We're gonna ask him about the wine. Let's ask him, though, about this letter to see if he was the person if this is his legal matter. These things don't concern me. Okay, so much for that theory. Let's ask about his wine. Well, it used to be one of my favorites. Now it tastes sour when I drink it because it reminds me of Adam de Vogue. Vogo. Who does it remind him of? Some new person? What the hell is this about? Tastes sour because it reminds me of Adam Vogo. A monk of some sort. What's this about? Well, let's ask him. An old fool who doesn't realize he's already lost. Yes, I have a legal dispute with Abbot de Valgo, but it won't last long. His claims are weak, and he should just accept his failure. All right, well, we don't know where this guy is, so we're just going to put him down here. He's a monk of the church. That's weird. We don't know anything about that. Is it possible that this manuscript is related to this? So I scan the manuscript and it says, the truth about the book is simple. Adam de Vugo ordered a copy of the long-lost Chronicle of the Abbey. The book was being recreated and the text altered, thus allowing the abbot to raise claims to my lands. Whoa. So he's saying that this guy has hired our dead scribe to make a copy of this book, to recreate it and alter it to make a claim against this lord's lands. Whoa, that is serious. That would be a motive for killing someone. To put it simply, it's a forgery, and I won't let that happen. Should you find the book, beware of the abbot. He will do anything to get it back. Interesting. It's a forgery. I won't let that happen. Should you find the book, beware of the abbot. Is he saying, should you find the copy or should you find the original? Like if our guy's making a copy, does he need the original and the copy, or is he just recreating it from scratch and making facts up? Okay, this is very interesting now. Anything more we want to ask him about? Let's ask him about the crucifix and see if he recognizes it. These things don't concern me. Let's ask him about this guard, if he's friends with the guard. My good and faithful soldier. I appointed him to the rank of sergeant, hoping the city would benefit from his talents. I expect great things from him. Okay. Have we asked him about the abbot that he's having this fight with? I think we have. Let me just scan it again. An old fool who doesn't realize he's already lost. Yes, I have a legal dispute with the abbot, but it won't last long. His claims are weak and he should just accept his failure, okay? Let me ask if this guy knows about this thief. I don't need to know all these people. Have we asked the guard about the thief? Does anyone remember? Did we ask the guard about the thief? Oh, we know where the thief is. But the guard might know the password. I think we're going to get the password at the tavern. And I think we've probably learned everything we need to know. So maybe this whole wine thing is a total red herring. Like the Lord doesn't like it anymore. So maybe he just throws it out. Or it's the abbot's wine and the thieves are working for the abbot or something. I'm going to goodbye this guy. Let's ask him if he knows this guy who runs the scriptorium. I don't need to know all these people. Okay, then we're done with you. All right, so I want to go to the tavern, but I do want to see if we asked the guard if he... Surely we didn't ask him about the guy we should have, because he got into a fight with him, right? You again? What do you want now? Did we ask him about this? Because he just got into a fight with him, so I want to hear. He may call himself a king of thieves or whatever. He's just a common thug. Sooner or later, he'll end up in the dungeons of Bastille, I swear. Okay. I guess we didn't talk to him yet because we were wondering whether we should show him the cudgel. Let me ask him if he knows the abbot. You mean the old Cistercian abbot of Burgundy? He came to Paris to rip gold from the hands of de Clairefontaine. My bet is it won't work and the old man will return to his monastery in disgrace. Yes, okay. Same thing that the ward told us. He got into a fight with the brother-in-law, not the king of thieves. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, let me scan the brother-in-law then and to see if he admits it. He was the one who jumped me in the house where the dead scribe lived. Violent drunk, then he ran away like the coward he is. Okay, so he admits it. I'm going to show him the cudgel then and see what he says about it. That's the kind of weapon thugs have been using lately. It belongs to Guerre Podvin, a man who attacked me during this investigation. So he says the cudgel belongs to the brother-in-law, the sister's husband. Which could be true. We don't know if we believe him. And the dog didn't detect a strong enough scent on it. Okay, I guess we're done with this guy. Did we ask him about Marie? I want to see if he knows Marie well. Did you see the look she gave me? Ha ha ha. She certainly needs someone younger than old Bertrand. All right, not much help there. Okay. And I'm sure we asked him about the wine, but we haven't asked him since we found the wine. Let's see. I don't know anything about that. All right, it's 7:10 p.m. It's getting a little late, but it's a good time for a tavern to be open. So I'm going to say goodbye to him. And I'm going to go to the tavern finally. The tavern occupies the lower floors of an old townhouse, squeezed between surrounding buildings. Entering, you're welcomed by suspicious looks from its shady regulars. I have high hopes that we'll find the password here. The innkeeper is here. Pierre sits in the corner of the room. His face is marked with fresh bruises and he's wearing a blood-stained shirt. So look at what's happened here. First of all, we've got the innkeeper. That's the woman from the vision. But look at what I think we've got here. I think this vision was a future vision, and we've now made it come true. We've now walked in here and seen this scene. So he's gonna have a bottle of wine in front of him. There he is, all bruised up from his fight with the guard. And there's the bartender woman. All right. Before we approach him, let's talk to the bartender woman a little bit.
Hello, sweetie. I usually don't allow dogs in my tavern, but I can make a small exception. So tell me, what brings a renowned knight such as yourself into my place?
Okay. Let's ask her about this thief. Maybe she knows the password.
Raoul leads a gang of local thugs. Don't worry, I know how to handle those types. You can find him somewhere around the cemetery.
Well, we were hoping for a password. All right. Let's ask her if she's seen anyone drinking this wine lately.
Yes, sweetie, that's the same kind of wine I was expecting in my shipment. It's really hard to obtain, but I made contact with a wine vendor who trades with a certain abbey in Burgundy. A young monk recommended me in exchange for a favor.
Okay, so she's mentioned a new person. Whoa, we recognize that guy, don't we? So what have we got here? She says this guy recommended her having a connection. I guess it makes sense now. We've got a bigger, fuller picture now. This guy works for the Burgundy abbot, and he hired our dead scribe to make a fake forgery of this book for this guy that he was going to use against the Lord to claim ownership. So that makes sense. This guy works for this guy who has two things. First, he has the Burgundy wine, and second, he wants this forgery made of this book. How the wine ended up in the hands of the thieves, we don't know, but they're thieves. They may have just stole it on transport. Why he has a letter from her about not getting the Burgundy wine, I'm not sure. But this must have happened before this guy paid him with the crucifix. All right. So we've just heard about him. Those two are friends. A young monk recommended me in exchange for a favor. What favor was that?
He came to the tavern a couple months ago, I remember, because it's unusual to see someone like him in a tavern full of lowlifes. He was looking for someone skilled in copying documents. I introduced him to Antoine, and in return, he put me in contact with the wine vendor from his abbey. He even promised a hefty discount for their best wine if I referred to him by name, which I did. Sadly, the shipment never arrived.
Okay, so Brother Timothy is this guy's name. And now we know what the deal they made was. She introduced him to the scribe who could copy and make the forgery. In exchange, he agreed to hook her up with the wine. All right. Pieces are coming together here. And
He came to the tavern a couple months ago. It's unusual to see him. A bunch of laws. Okay. So now let's confirm that she recognized this crucifix that he wore. A young monk came here a couple months ago with that same cross. It looked valuable, which is why I remember it. Haven't seen him since. Okay, all consistent with everything we know. Let's see if she recognizes her own letter and if she can explain why the scribe had a copy. Greg is saying goodbye, good night. It was good to have Greg come by. Here we go. Yes, that's the letter written in my name. It was one of the jobs the scribe did for me. Actually, it's one of many letters Antoine was writing for me lately. Wanted to send this one to the owner of an inn located by the road leading to Paris. So maybe what it is the scribe can copy things, but the scribe can also like write letters for people like her who don't know how to write. So she hired him to like prepare this letter for me. Here's what I wanted to say. And then he'll write it up for her. I wanted to send this one to the owner of an inn located by the road leading to Paris. I'm waiting for a shipment of fine Burgundy wine. The problem is it should have arrived many days ago. I lost quite a bit of money on that deal, so now I'm trying to find out what happened. Maybe one of my fellow innkeepers heard something. I see. So we didn't get a new location, but she's just saying that maybe someone else knows what happened to her wine. And we know what's happened. Probably these thieves have just intercepted it. All right, Heloise. Have we asked Heloise about this guy yet? The brother? I think we probably have. No, we haven't. Okay, let's ask about the brother-in-law. I often see him around here drinking to the last coin, but I'm not well acquainted with all my clients. Okay, so he's a drunk. He's there. I was thinking she would give us the password. Oh, you know who's going to give us the password? The brother. Surely. The brother-in-law. All right, I'm going to say goodbye to her unless you have anything else you want to ask her. All right, let's talk to the brother-in-law, see if we can get the password out of him. Man's face is marked with fresh bruises. So it tells us what item to get for that. That means I guess we could ask him about his bruises. Card 5. Blood and organs is card 5. He's drinking cheap wine from a cup and looks at you with contempt. What do you want? All right, well, we can ask him about his bruises. What are you looking at? Sergeant gave me those, bastard. All right. Well, let's ask him about this fight. Why did they get into it? That bastard, he came to my house and started asking questions about my wife. I told him to get lost. He started to beat me without warning. I punched him, pushed him away, and just ran. Okay, well, are you going to admit that this cudgel is yours? You know what that is? It's the club the sergeant used to beat the crap out of me. Okay, so now we've got an interesting situation. where the sergeant says it's the brother-in-law's cudgel, and the brother-in-law says it's the sergeant's cudgel, and it could be the murder weapon. So knowing which one of them is telling the truth is important. The one clue we have is this clue, the vision. We're told that she ran away and dropped her bag, so this would have had to be before she dropped it. That would make us think this might be the sergeant. On the other hand, it looks like it's got a big book in it. Oh, I can't really be sure. So maybe this was some previous encounter with her husband. But if you had to guess, wouldn't you guess that that was the sergeant confronting her? Too bad the dog doesn't recognize it. All right, I think we're going to get more confirmation than that, though. Okay, how are we going to get the password out of them? Let's ask him about the wine. When you show him the bottle, he tells you to hide it immediately. Reassured that no one saw it, he starts to explain. Careful with that, pal. I'll tell you what I know if you keep quiet. I'm surprised this bottle survived the fight. I sometimes work with Raoul Laban, helping with small jobs. The last one was simple, to unload a wagon full of barrels and bottles like this one. I snatched one for myself. It all happened at the cemetery. Here we go. We're about to learn the password. If you want to speak with Raoul, use our secret password. He'll know you can be trusted. And bingo, with that, we've got the password. That's a pretty cool idea. A card is something someone said. All right, well, we've got the password now. That's a big breakthrough. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. Did you guys get to see that? Did I show you the conversation with him? Or was it on the wrong screen? Let me just see. Okay, there he goes. He says, I work with Raoul. It happened at the cemetery where they stole the bottles. Okay, we've cleaned up that mystery. And now we've learned about the password. He'll know you can be trusted. Okay, so that's fantastic. I'm going to ask him about these clothes and see if he says it's his wife's. That belongs to my wife. So what? It's just, I think those clothes are just another way that the dog can find her. All right. Well, is there any way we could get more proof of who owns the cudgel? I mean, the cudgel is something that a guard would own, so it is more likely, it seems, that it's the guards. On the other hand, would the guard leave it there? And if the guard killed him, did he kill him on the order of the Lord? I guess we should have asked the Lord about the dead guy if we didn't, and see if he admits that he doesn't like him. Let's see what the channel is saying. We could ask her if it's her husband's cudgel. That's a very good idea. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. And the Lord might know if it's his guard's cudgel too. I like your thinking in terms of who would we ask to figure out whose cudgel that is. I think that's a good idea. Okay, good thinking.
We've got two people we could ask if they recognize the cudgel. A merchant might know about it too. Let's go get us that. Is there anything more to ask him about? We could ask him about the Lord. I don't think he would know much about him, but he could give us some background. What do you want me to tell you? I don't know that person. Yeah, of course you don't. Okay, let's say goodbye to this guy. Let's go dig up that book before it's too late. And then, okay, we arrive at the cemetery and the King of Thieves meets us just like before. Well, 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 who visits Raoul Laban in his domain? Are you the gifted man people speak about? You've got quite a reputation, I must say, but I won't let you or your dog wander around my place. This is as far as you go, and if you want to go any farther, you'll need to pay a toll, or maybe you know the password, eh? Yes, we do know the password. Ah, you're full of surprises. Seems you know a thing or two. Fine, you can pass, but don't make any trouble. Now that you can explore the cemetery further, you locate the angel statue and find the chronicle hidden behind a loose stone. You take the book. Okay, so now the illustrated book that was once just a rumor is now in our possession. All right. Let's ask this guy if he recognizes the cudgel. Why are you asking me about that? No, he does not. Okay, let's ask him what he knows about the guard. Sergeant Matthias? People call us thugs, but the real ones are those who claim to be in charge of the city's well-being. He's a bastard, a cheat, and a common sewer rat. Not worth dealing with, no matter what. I hope you know what I mean. Okay. And let's hear his opinion on the brother-in-law. Ah, yes, he works for us, but from time to time, dumb but efficient. Okay. Let's see what he says about the person he stole the wine from. Hey, I don't know everyone in town, right? All right. I'm going to ask him about this guy just because I want to make sure he didn't get the wine on an inside connection. I don't know everyone. All right, he doesn't know him. Okay. Let's ask about the wine. Raoul looks over his shoulder where a shipment is being unloaded. Yeah, we might have something to do with it, but you won't tell anyone about that, right? It was Antoine who tipped me off about the shipment, and I couldn't refuse. Whoa, Antoine tipped him off about the shipment. I see. Antoine is up to no good. Antoine tipped me off. Wow. That's a surprise. Our dead victim was the one who tipped him off. Of course, the scribe took money for that service. He had good business instincts, if you know what I mean. How did he know about the shipment? Well, he was writing the letters that Heloise was sending to some abbey. I see. Okay. Well, that was some interesting new information. Let me see what he says about the cross. Why are you asking me about that? All right, nothing. How about we find out if this Marie woman had approached him to do a murder? I don't know everyone in town. All right, that doesn't help. Okay. I think we might be done with this guy now. I don't know if we're supposed to be able to find these people. Probably not. Although, So when we met the Lord, he said, this guy's going to want that book back. We have the book now. We could give it to the Lord, who would be pretty happy to get it. But on the other hand, we think the Lord may be the killer, may have ordered the guard to do the killing. Although we were thinking it was Marie now. Well, we're at an interesting point now. Well, where we don't have any new locations, we could ask the dog to sniff some stuff for us. Maybe he can find who owned the crucifix, but probably since our guy wore it last, he's just going to take us to the body. We could go challenge the Marie, the wife of the scriptorium owner, about some of the new information we have. Show the dog her hair, see if she reacts. We could go to our family members and ask about it. We were going to ask the wife about the cudgel. All right, let's leave this guy here. Let's go ask the wife if she knows the cudgel or anything else we care to talk to her about. Okay, so she's there sitting by the fire. All right, let's talk to her. The young woman looks at you with sad eyes. Seeing Percival cheers her up a bit. Okay, let's see if she recognizes the cudgel. When the sergeant came to find me in the palace, he held a blood-stained club in his hand. I panicked and ran away. Bingo. So she has confirmed for us that this was that scene. The sergeant approaching her in the palace, and she ran, dropped her purse, but it was empty. So the sergeant is the owner of this cudgel, and it was already blood-stained before the fight. So I think we have our killer now. I mean, we don't know that that was the murder weapon, but it seems very likely. And that he was murdered on order of the Lord. I think maybe we made a mistake by not asking the Lord about our murder victim. And it would be nice to see if he admits that he wanted him dead. All right, so that was a breakthrough of sorts. Let's show her that we've gotten the book back for her, see what she says. Yes, that's the book Antoine was working on. I don't see how it could be so important that Antoine had to pay the ultimate price. You see tears in her eyes. I don't want to see it anymore. It's only brought me bad luck. Anything else you want to ask her about? She works in the Lord's house. Maybe she knows a little bit more about him. He's a powerful lord living in the palace as lords do. All right. Does she want to take this cross as money? And it was payment. I think it's time to talk to the wife. See if we can't confront her. And maybe the Lord. All right, I'm going to goodbye to Jean. And I'm going to have the dog smell the lock of hair finally and see if he brings us to the... No, I'm going to go to where we started out this whole place. You arrive at Bertrand's scriptorium and enter the workshop where the victim's body lies on the floor. It's still there. Bertrand and his wife are there. Whoa. It's late at night. You won't be able to speak to anyone. You return to your family house to rest and continue the investigation tomorrow morning. Okay, so it's the end of the day there. Okay, so it's 7 a.m. on day 2. We could try to solve the case. We are home. We're not going to try to solve the case yet, but we could talk to our people. So I guess we might as well. Let's try this out a little bit. So we are home, so we don't have to go here. While we're here, let's ask the monk about the book, see if he admits it's a forgery. He says, "Oh, it's my beloved nephew. Many blessings in your search. How may a humble servant of the Lord use his books to help you?" Let me just see what the chat's. Let's ask our brother if this is the original text or copy. Okay, so we were thinking the same exact way. Okay, let's show him, see if he admits, if he tells us this is a forgery. "Oh, such commissions are not usually given to a scribe working in a private scriptorium. It requires a lot of work and takes months to finish. Only someone wealthy could afford such an endeavor." Yes, the abbot. "You found it, huh? Yes. It describes the history and lands of l'Abbe Bleu in Burgundy, the monastery belonging to Abbot Adam Vugo." Okay. So he doesn't say whether it's a forgery or not, but he identifies who it is. Let's ask him about this abbot, see what he knows. "Adam de Vugo is the abbot of l'Abbe Bleu in Burgundy. He came to Paris a few months ago and now lives in a manor at Saint Denis. I'm not sure why he's staying in the capital, but it has something to do with politics, not the faith. And he's given us a new location. Look at that. That's exciting. A new location where the abbot is. That is exciting. All right, I'm going to replace that over here and kick the thief in the cemetery out since he seems like we don't need him anymore. Okay, that's pretty serious. And I'm going to put the abbot and his helper there. Okay, that was very useful. Let's see what he knows about the cross. "I'm not an expert in goods of the material world. Maybe you should ask a merchant like your sister." Okay, all right, fair enough. I think we're done with this guy now. All right, I'm going to say goodbye to this guy. Let's talk to the sister now and ask her about... "Welcome, little brother. Let me guess. You found yet another mysterious object and need my expertise." "Kind of. We don't really need help with this, but let's get her expertise." "A cross such as this one is very valuable. It could have belonged to some high-ranking clergyman or perhaps even a noble." All right, well, we knew all this. Let's ask if she knows that the cudgel would belong to a sergeant.
It's a common weapon mainly used by thugs, thieves, and brigands.
Not much help. Okay. She's an expert on items. I wonder. Let's ask her about that jewelry box with the hair.
Oh, it isn't very common, but sometimes a lock of hair is given to a loved one and kept in a box like a piece of jewelry. The box itself is a fine piece of work, not very expensive, but something in reach of a Parisian burgher.
Okay, not very useful. And I suppose while we're here, I'm going to ask her about this tomb in case she can detect whether it's real or not.
Oh, actually, I don't know much about books, but you should ask our uncle the monk.
Okay, we already talked to him about it. Okay. Let's goodbye her. And now let's talk to our brother, the spy.
Hello, brother. You may draw upon my knowledge of Paris and the secrets kept by its people.
Okay, well, I want to ask him about the Lord and see if the Lord is the kind of person who would have someone killed.
Oh, he's a powerful person, strictly tied to the royal court. His wealth and position were earned during recent conflicts with the English. He resides in his palace on the Ile de la Cité, but he speaks only to his loyal servants and peers. In court, I heard a lot of talk about de Clairefontaine's legal dispute with Abbot de Vougeot. They're fighting over precious lands in Burgundy.
Okay, well, we knew that. Let's hear what he says about the abbot.
Oh, the abbot, his arrival in Paris was quite an event months ago. He came to the capital to stand before the royal court in dispute over land in Burgundy. The lands belonging to the abbey were taken and sacked by the English, but they have been retrieved in the recent war and claimed by Hubert de Clairefontaine. You can find the abbot in his manor at Saint Denis.
Okay. Let's see what he knows about the guard.
Oh, Sergeant Matthias is known to be ambitious and sometimes ruthless. He has a reputation for being efficient. It is said that his recent promotion to sergeant was due to his connection with Hubert de Clairefontaine.
That's the Lord. So he's the Lord's right-hand man. That's why we think he may have killed our guy. Okay. Well, I suppose we could ask about Marie.
Sorry, I can't help you. They say the king's spy knows every person in Paris, but that's obviously not true.
Okay. Anyone else you want to ask the spy master about? I don't think so. We could ask about the Lord and Abbot to see if he picks a side. Yes, we did. And he didn't. But he did tell us about their dispute. All right, I'm going to goodbye to our family members. I'm going to go visit the wife, Marie. She's our only other possible suspect at this point. You arrive at Bertrand's scriptorium and enter the workshop where the victim's body lies on the floor. Bertrand and his wife are here. Okay, so now, right in front of her husband, I'm going to have the dog sniff that hair box and see how he reacts. But first, we've got to take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call for Two. We are finishing up in the end stages of our playthrough of the Case of the Missing Pages. We've just gone back to the scene of the crime here. We've solved some we think we've resolved the issue of who owns that cudgel. We think it's the sergeant who works for the Lord, and they have good reason to want to kill our scribe because our scribe was making a forgery of a document for the abbot. And we know our scribe was involved in some criminal activity, not just the forgery, but stealing stuff, stealing wine from one of his employers. So I don't know how strongly we feel about trying to bring the Lord to justice. That sounds like a bad idea. Let us do this, though. Jonathan had a good point. We've made our way back to the scene where we've been told that the dead body is, but we've never bothered to scan that person card of the dead body. And I wonder if it might allow us to do something like look at the dead body or give us information. So let us scan that now and see what it says. The victim lies in a pool of blood. He has some bruises on his hands and a serious head wound, most likely inflicted with a blunt object. Judging by the look of his body, he died last night. Okay, that doesn't help us and we can't do anything more. All right, but it was worth a try. All right, now I'm going to have the dog sniff that box of hair with the lock of hair in it in front of her and see what happens. Percival barks and eagerly waits for your command. Okay, Percival, take us to the person who owns that box. Percival instantly walks up to Marie. He stops in front of her, staring intently and emitting a few soft barks. All right. Well, let's see if Marie has anything new to say now that Percival has done that. I'm going to say goodbye to Percival. I hope I can help somehow. Well, what do you think about that Percival barking at you about your box? Oh, she's ready to admit it. Yes, this is my hair. It was a gift. You see, there was something between me and Antoine some time ago, but after a while he rejected me, didn't want to see me anymore. I had nothing to do with his death, I swear it. I know I shouldn't have gotten involved in a relationship in the first place, but please don't tell my husband about it. He can't control himself when he's jealous. So why do you think she admitted it? Because we did ask her about this box originally, and she said, nope, it's not mine. Did she admit it because of the dog pointed to her? Or did she admit it because someone else told us it was her hair? Well, we have to assume it was the dog. That's the most enjoyment we would get if it was Percival that convinced her. I would have liked, if that was true, a little feedback when Percival was looking at her, like she looks nervous, something that tells us that that had an effect on her. This is certainly something that this app does do. There's every reason to believe that the app could have code that knows we've had the dog look at her. Now, remember that one of our theories is that Marie, out of jealousy, could have had him killed. It seems very unlikely, but she did have the key to his locked room, which made us think it could be her. Let me just ask her about the guard. So I'm just trying to think, is there any way to convince ourselves that she wasn't involved? She says, he seems rather unpleasant, but maybe that's how you need to be when you deal with thugs, criminals, and murderers. So if she's the killer, one possibility is that she hired the guard, but she doesn't seem on good terms with this guard. And it would be hard for her to use a blunt weapon against our guy and kill him, especially since the guard has this blunt cudgel. But what else could we ask her if we want to convince ourselves she wasn't involved? We could ask her what she thought about him again. Once they trigger some new willingness to talk, you could ask them about things they've talked about before, and you get different answers, as we're seeing here. Marie blushes, lowers her voice, and explains, yes, there was something between Antoine and me. I wanted it to continue, but Antoine was focused on his work and started to ignore me. I had nothing to do with his death. I was horrified and scared when I found him, but please don't tell my husband. He can't control himself when he's jealous. She seems to be pointing to the husband. But, well, let's ask if she recognizes the cudgel. Fortunately, I can't help you with that. All right, I mean, I think we believe her. So I think we're done here. Yeah? I think we're done here. So I'm going to say goodbye, and I'm going to go to the one place we haven't been to yet, even though I think we could probably solve this. But I'm going to tell you a little bit about this first. You arrive at the gates of a grandiose manor. A young Cistercian monk opens the gates but refuses to let you in. Okay, well, you know who that is. That's this guy, who is also in our vision. We know he's the guy who told her, set her up with the wine, and paid with his cross to have the illegal forgery done on behalf of the abbot. So we want to talk to him. We got to talk to him first. A young monk studies you and Percival. Then he greets you. Is there anything I can help you with? Brother Timothy says. Well, we've got a bunch of stuff we could show him, ask him about. We could ask him about his cross. He's going to recognize that. We could show him the book that he wants. We could show him the wine. I think we ask him about his cross. Now, before I do that, I want to mention one thing. One of the things that I've seen when I opened up some of the files for the cases, but one of the things that Chronicles of Crime does do occasionally, so you know how it works. At the end, you have to answer questions. But it's quite possible that along the way, Chronicles of Crime will let you give an object to someone. Sometimes you don't even get the choice. Sometimes just showing it to them gives it to them. And that creates a slightly different ending for you, either better or worse. So we have to be careful now, because when we talked to the Lord, he said, that abbot wants that book. And if you gave it to him, be careful, because he'll pay highly for it. But he's a bad guy, according to the Lord. So we have to be careful about showing the book to this abbot, or this guy even, because they may just take it from us and we may get a worse ending. But we're in a weird position where we think the Lord killed him. He would want that book, but he's in the right, we think. Whereas the abbot paid him to create a forgery, but on the other hand, the abbot didn't kill him. At least we think it's a forgery, but it would be nice to talk to them about it. But I'm a little nervous about them taking that book. Okay, so I'm going to ask him about his cross first, even though we think we know the story about this cross completely. Where did you... oh, fine, come in. I think you need to speak with the abbot. The monk lets you inside and leads you to the abbot's chambers. Okay, so he's pushing us... He's introducing us right away to the abbot. Let's ask him before we leave him about her. Oh, I see. It stopped us from talking to him. He just brought us right in. All right, so maybe we're done with him. Maybe we don't need any more information from him. Let's talk to the abbot. Welcome to the estate, my friend. What may a humble servant of the Lord and Savior do for you? Let's ask him about himself.
I am head of the Cistercian Abbey in Burgundy, but recent legal proceedings with Hubert de Clairefontaine have brought me to Paris. You don't say. Well, tell us about this lord you're dealing with. Hubert de Clairefontaine. Oh, he's a good servant to our king, but proud and relentless. He may have helped fight the English plague in our lands, but he also took what was not rightfully his. God will judge his actions. For now, though, the royal court will judge our dispute. In the end, the lands should, of course, belong to the abbey. Okay. Well, let's ask him about his wine. Ah, that's the wine produced at our abbey. It's one of the finest in all of Burgundy. We provide it only to the royal court and noble houses. Very good. Now let's ask about the cross. I offered this cross as part of the payment to Antoine. He was doing fine work, worthy of a generous reward. Okay? Tell us a little bit about your dealings with Antoine. Yes, I hired this young man to do some very special work for me. The chronicle of our abbey was lost, but a skilled man like Antoine could make a replica. The news about his sudden death is most horrific. God watch over his soul. But I really can't help you solve this mystery. I never spoke with Antoine, but instead delegated everything to the faithful brother Timothy. I only offered my cross as part of the scribe's payment. All this checks out, but now we've got a difficult situation at hand. Did we already ask him about Brother Timothy? Every day I thank God that I have such a faithful servant. So the really tricky thing here is whether we want to show him this book, because maybe it's not finished, so it's useless, but we were told that the Lord, if we gave it to him, it'd be worth a lot. But so he's going to want it. I don't know if just showing it and asking him about it is going to give it to him. So I'm a little nervous now about what to do. He's not admitted he's going to make a forgery. He just says it needs to be rebuilt, so recreated because it's been lost. I'm going to ask about the guard, just because the guard is our number one proximal suspect. I'm afraid that's no one I'm acquainted with. Well, Jonathan says don't show it to him. We've got a tricky situation on our hands here now. Did we ask the Lord about our dead victim, or did we forget to do that? It's possible we show it to him and it will give us a choice whether to give it to him, or it could just take it right from us. And what time is it? It's 9:40 a.m., so we got plenty of time. There's no time limit on this game. Anything else you want to ask him about? I'm going to goodbye him for a second. I'm going to talk to the other guy that's there again. I want to ask him a few questions. Is there anything I can help you with? Remember that our guy was hired by these two, Brother Timothy, to do the transcription. But remember that our guy sold them out and told the thieves about them. So that would be a motive for these people to kill him, that he's robbing their wine. But they're more interested in their book, so I don't see how they would kill him. But let me just ask him if he knows about the wine. When you ask about the wine, Brother Timothy makes an excuse and speaks with you in private. You see, when I was looking for a good scribe, I had to offer something in return to the innkeeper. A shipment of finest Burgundy wine from our abbey seemed perfect. I put her in touch with our wine vendor, and she introduced me to Antoine. The thing is, the abbot doesn't know about the deal, and I'd rather keep it that way. This kind of wine isn't usually sold to anyone other than a royal court or noble house, but I think it was a small price to pay for acquiring the services of a skilled artisan or forger. Okay. What does he say about our dead guy? In fact, Antoine was hired by the abbot to prepare a copy of the Lost Chronicle. His death is sad and unfortunate. He was a good man and a very skilled artisan. I originally met him at a tavern, but later we agreed to meet regularly in the scriptorium. It was usually late at night. I supervised the work and answered any questions Antoine had. Yeah, he told him what to write in it. Unfortunately, I don't know who might have wanted him dead. All right, well, it's not this guy. Let's see if he notices Marie sneaking in. I'm not aware of that person. Okay. Let's make sure he doesn't know the guard. And what does he think of the lord of this place? Lord Hubert Clairefontaine is a powerful figure in the court. During the last skirmishes with the English, he was able to reclaim some of the abbey lands that had fallen into English hands. Now he refuses to return them to the rightful owner, the abbot. The two men are in the middle of a legal dispute, but the lord seems to have the upper hand. At least he does until we have proof that our claims are stronger. The Chronicle. Okay. So it feels like we've got a choice of who to ally with. I'm going to say goodbye here for a second. And I'm going to go talk to the Lord again. I want to just see if there's any information we can get from him. We arrive at the palace, the kitchen, or we could talk to Matthias. Okay, we could meet with the Lord. We could talk to the guard again. Or we could talk to the Lord. We've already asked the guard about the cudgel. He told us it belonged to the thug brother. We don't really believe that, though. We think he's our killer. If that's true, I'm gonna scan him again. I want to ask him, see the cudgel, see if anything's changed. Like now that we talk to other people, whether he says anything different about it. That's the kind of weapon thugs have been using lately. It belongs to Gare Podvinet, a man who attacked me during this investigation. Okay. And what does he think about our victim? Mess with the wrong people. That's all how all shady business ends, if you ask me. And then he's good friends with the Lord, right? It's a great honor that he's willing to listen to you. And if we ask him about the abbot, you mean old Cistercian abbot of Burgundy? He came to Paris to rip gold from the hands of de Clairefontaine. My bet is it won't work, and the old man will return to his monastery in disgrace. And what does he say about his fight here? He just says he got into a fight, he ran away. Okay. I'm going to talk to the Lord. Okay. Are you offering me your talents? Okay. So now we know. Let me see what he says about this. These things don't concern me. And our victim, does he know him? Here we go. The scribe. Sergeant Matthias discovered he was involved in criminal dealings. If de Vilgo needs to use the services of such people, I don't need to worry. It's just pathetic. The book he was working on is a common forgery, nothing more. Okay, so as I see it, we now have 3 choices. Feels like we're done. In terms of motive to kill our guy, there's only one really good motive, and that's for the Lord and his guard to have killed him because he was working on that forgery book. The forger abbot wouldn't have killed him. They want that book from him. The brother got into fights with him, but wouldn't have killed him and would have stolen the cross if he did. The wife of the scriptorium owner was in love with him, but she didn't have any real motive to kill him. Although he was trying to leave her, but doesn't seem like she's the murdering type. So we think the guard killed him with his club. And the guard would have killed him on behalf of the Lord. So does anyone disagree with that theory? That seems like a reasonable theory. Now, but the choices we have are the following. We can go and click solve the case, holding on to the book for ourselves. Or we could show the book to either the Lord, who wants it destroyed as a forgery, or to the abbot, who we're told would use it, pay good money for it. So we don't feel great about the abbot guy, I don't think. Although the only person, it's hard to know who's right or wrong about this property dispute in Burgundy. But this Abbott is up to no good, I guess. Do we not want to take sides here? Is that it? Do we want to solve this without showing it to anyone? Or do we want to take a chance and show it to the Lord and try to get in good with him? With the guy who killed our... Because the scribe is not a good guy. He's taking these illegal jobs. He's told the thieves about the wine so they could rob them. So we're not shedding any tears that he was killed, although it was pretty brutal. Jonathan Warner says, I'm just for solving the case. I don't like either the ward or the abbot, and I don't really care about their dispute. All right, so what we're going to do here is we're going to have a vote. It may be only Jonathan is here with me live. According to YouTube, there's only 4 viewers and 2 likes. So, vote solve or vote show Abbott or vote show Lord. Those are your 3 choices. Unless anyone has any other ideas before we solve it. Jonathan says vote to solve it. The only thing that'll be sad is that I wish it wasn't the case in this game that I happen to know that at least in some cases, if you show someone something, they take it. Because it would be nice to see what happens when we show it to them. But maybe that's a good reason for me to get out my software that decrypts the encryption so I could see what would have happened if we had done that. Maybe we'll do that another time. Okay, Jonathan says vote solve, and Jonathan is the only one here with me live. There may be people watching this after the fact. If you do watch it after the fact, feel free to leave a comment and say what you would have done differently. All right, then I guess we're going to solve it. So I'm going to stop the vote. That's enough votes, 1 vote. All right, so we're going to go and we're going to solve it. So I'm going to say goodbye to the ward. Anything else you want to do before we solve it? Anything else you want to ask him about? Any other thoughts on how we would convince ourselves of anything else that we're not sure about? We're not 100% sure that our guy was killed with that cudgel. We're just assuming it based on the blunt force, but we haven't seen any other weapon. I'd like to know how he got into that locked room. And maybe he's the guard, he can get himself in, or he knocked on the door and said, I'm the guard, you have to let me in. I'm not sure. Okay, so we're going to say goodbye to the ward. We're going to go to our home where we can solve it. All right. All right, here we go. Solve the case. We're about to try to solve the case and end the game. Are you sure? Yes. Who murdered Antoine? Okay, so now we have to scan the person we think murdered. Okay, so we believe it was the guard, right? Jonathan, it's just you and me here. And anyone else who's hiding in the background, feel free to jump in. Why don't I have a split chat and tablet? I guess it just never happens. Be nice. Okay, guard. Here we go. We're going to scan the guard because we think his cudgel did it. What was the motive for the crime? All right, so our theory is that the motive was the book, right? The motive was to get the book or stop the book from being made. Okay. Where did Antoine find new side jobs? In general? I mean, from the woman at the tavern, I guess, is our answer, right? What's this restart questionnaire? I don't remember seeing that before. The bar or the woman? I guess where you think we should scan the bar? It's a weird question. I guess if it's a where, it would be the bar. All right. I guess it's either the bar or the woman. Let's see if this works. Who provided Heloise, who's the barmaid, with connections to the wine vendor? Who provided her connections with the wine vendor? I guess, oh, that's the brother Timothy. I was thinking brother Timothy is the wine vendor, but no. Brother Timothy is the one who set her up. Okay. Who was Guerre Podvin working for lately? So Guerre Podvin is the husband of the sister, and he was working for the King of Thieves. Okay. What was the main political adversary of Adam de Vougeot? Okay, so Adam de Vougeot is our abbot, and we know his adversary is the Lord. So the adversary is the Lord. Oh, look what it's saying. Who, in your opinion, should receive the illustrated book? So actually, we could have just showed it to them. It's now forcing us to give it to one of them. So probably if we had shown it to one of them, we would have taken it. But now it's the worst of all worlds because now we don't get the pleasure of reading the dialogue when we give it to them. And yet it's making us choose. Can we just give it to the victim's sister to sell? Well, I was going to say that, but we tried to give it to her and she didn't want it. Like, she can't just sell it. She's going to have to give it to one of these two people. So I think we're going to have to choose one of these people. Could give it to the King of Thieves. This is tricky. Is it possible it's not a forgery? No, because they're forging it. They're forging it. What the hell? I mean, we could try to give it to the sister again, but she didn't want it.
Maybe we give it to her and she burns it, and that's the best thing of all. Should we try to just give it to the sister and let her burn it? All right, let's give it to the sister, even though she didn't want it. We'll give it to her and let her decide what to do with it, huh? But it could get her killed. All right, let's try the sister and see what happens, all right? You are now certain that Sergeant Matthias killed the scribe. You provided the judges with the murder weapon and the motives that led to the killing. His patron rejected him, and he will face trial without the protection of a noble. Huh. Jean, crushed by the sudden death of her brother, decided to abandon her husband and leave Paris for good. She started a new life somewhere else, and the money from selling her brother's book provided her with a decent life. That was the right decision. Give it to her. She got some money. She did take it. She did take it, and we got her a decent life. That is pretty great. Good decision, Jonathan. Okay. Next. Although Adam de Vougeot fought fiercely in his legal dispute, he failed to prove his claims over those of powerful Hubert de Clairefontaine. Defeated, he was forced to leave Paris and return to his abbey in Burgundy. If we had given him the book, he may have won. Okay. So, we went over 12 hours, probably just barely, of game time. So we didn't get a bonus for that, but we did get right who murdered her. We got right the motive. We got right where he found side jobs. We got right about who provided connections with the vendor. We got right about who was working for who. We got 5 points for giving the book to the sister. But we don't know if you could have gotten more or less if you gave it to someone else. Although I think, and congratulations, you found the Chronicle. I think that because we got 100 and no bonus, you can go over 100 if you got it quicker. I think that means that's the best answer. This part, who should receive it, but I'm not 100% sure. Let's read the solution here. Adam de Vougeot, the abbot of Abbey Blue, needed the forged chronicle to strengthen his claims to certain lands and win the judicial dispute with Lord Hubert de Clairefontaine. Sergeant Matthias heard in the tavern about the arrangement between Antoine and brother Timothy. Matthias wanted to get the chronicle in his hands and give it to his patron de Clairefontaine. His first attempt to take it from the scriptorium was interrupted. I feel like we missed this. Did we forget to ask the barmaid about the guard? And might she have told us that he overheard this? Or maybe this was something we didn't know. First attempt to take it was interrupted. I don't think we heard about this. The chronicle was nearly finished, missing only a few pages. Antoine, afraid that the sergeant would come again, gave the book to his sister and asked her to hide it. Promised to bring the missing pages the next day, but he never got the chance to write them. The sergeant tried to get the book once more. Antoine wouldn't tell him what happened to the book, and there was a fight. The sergeant used his cudgel, hoping to get answers by force, and an unfortunate blow to the scribe's head proved fatal. The chronicle was nowhere to be found, so the sergeant continued searching, using the investigation as a cover. He targeted Antoine's family, but couldn't find the book. Both Gary and Jean were able to avoid being captured. Ultimately, all the evidence proves the sergeant's guilt. He now faces trial for murder, and connections in high places won't help him. All right, there you go. So it seems like maybe, I don't remember if we asked the barmaid about the guard, but maybe she would have told us that he was overheard them. Or maybe that was just some backstory. I would be curious to hear what would happen if we had given the thing to someone else. Maybe there's some posts on BGG about it, but we did it. We solved it. Remember, this was ranked an easy case, but I'm curious to hear what Jonathan thought of it. We're going to take a 3-minute break, a very short break, just to stretch, collect your thoughts. We'll come back. We'll give our final thoughts. Actually, 5-minute break. 5-minute break, come back, give final thoughts. All right, I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back to give our final thoughts on the case of the missing pages. Little bit odd, missing pages seem to be an important part here, about a couple missing pages in this book where we didn't really think too much about missing pages. We just thought about the book as a whole. But let's see what Jonathan says about the case. Overall, I think it was a pretty solid case. A little surprised by the amount of characters involved since it was an easy case. Still took a decent amount of time. Story did have some nice twists, but I think maybe we would have enjoyed having more of a character to root for. We only really had the sister. We didn't really end up liking the victim that much, and I don't think we're super invested in this land dispute. It does feel like maybe we missed some exchange the game thought we should have had that set up someone had to try to break in and steal the book before. Yeah, that was a little odd. Using the dog was fun. Premonitions were all right. Probably more fun on a higher difficulty. Yeah, okay, so let me give some thoughts here. I mean, Chronicles of Crime, this is a good system. It really is an elegant system, how they're just cards for people, cards for things, cards for locations, and then you just ask people about things. And it's sort of a computer adventure game, like a text-based adventure game, boiled down to the simplest, but having all of this beautiful art, having that clever little gimmick of scanning scenes. I mean, there's a lot of this game that feels like it's almost just mechanical work, just going through the motions, but it's somehow enjoyable. And part of why it's enjoyable is that it's this thematic story that's unfolding gradually as you're doing things. You go to a place, you show, you find out, you travel to another place, and then you come back and push them and get a little more. It's that little feeling of drawing more information out gradually. And then there's some very clever things that happen in these games where we talk to Marie, the wife, and she says, I don't know what that is. And then we come back to her with some more information. Then the dog sniffs something and then she confesses. So you're getting a little bit more information. And the mystery was reasonable in terms of feeling like we had a couple people that could have motives, whether it was the brother-in-law, the woman he was having the affair with, the Lord, the guard. And I think for me, the real success here of this whole thing is just the atmosphere, the feeling of being in a world where you're talking to people and challenging people, and they're not always telling the truth. That is fun. It's a very different, completely different feel from something like Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective or the cold case games. It's much more of an interactive dialogue, questioning someone, and it is just fun to deal with those items, to hear about an item, then you actually eventually find it. So there's the little side cases going on here is constantly discovering items and finding them and then bringing them into your inventory where you can ask people about them. The fact that they work hard to introduce new mechanics each box they come out here. And here we have the mechanics of the visions, which I thought were meh, not really that important. I could take or leave them, but the dog is a clever mechanic. The idea that the dog would help lead you to someplace was it's fun to use the dog. And it's cool. It's a cool mechanic, and he lets you discover people. And discovering new places is always a fun part of this game, and it's just one more way you can learn to discover people. I wonder if it's a little bit of a missed opportunity in terms of giving you an interesting decision with the dog. There's no real reason not to use the dog constantly. Sort of I had to tamp down our use of the dog thematically for certain occasions, but I wonder in general if that's a missed opportunity with Chronicles of Crime, that there's rarely a reason not to do something. The one place where I had us not do something, that was showing the book to the Lord and the Abbot.
is a little bit unfortunate because I'm just assuming, based on what I know about past cases, that you, by showing them something, you could end up giving it to them. And that's put a little bit of a fear in us. And I wonder if that's a smart thing. I wonder if I shouldn't try to forget about that, because you could see how that would cramp your play of any game, any of these games, if you were like, I'm afraid to show this to this person because it's so important to them, but they might take it. And so I'm not going to gain this very important piece of information. That was a little weird. And I guess we could have shown it to the guard too and see what he would have said and done. Maybe I'll try to find out what would happen if you had done that. But that could be a self-imposed limit that I shouldn't have put in. I think Jonathan rightly points out that one of the problems, though, here, getting emotionally involved in this case, is there was no one that we really liked. Our guy doesn't really have a personality. The person that we're playing, no one knows us. No one cares about it. They all heard that we're this fancy guy, but that's it. No romantic interests, no real interesting references to us. Our victim was doing criminal stuff. We didn't find out much about him, and we didn't care much about him, and he wasn't very sympathetic. And then the two major political players, one was our murderer, and one was an abbot that was involved in some sort of scamming forgery. So it was a little hard to care about anyone. And then the sister we eventually did give the book to and wanted it and sold it for money. I think there was a little problem there because we tried to give her the book during the course of the game and she didn't want it. And that was weird. It might have been nice to give us a more subtle response to that so that because I almost didn't give it to her because I thought that she had already shown she didn't want it. But I am glad Jonathan talked me into giving it to her. The art is absolutely gorgeous, and it does go a long way. It's such a clever idea that you can reuse these people for different cases, but it's a very different, they use different style art when they're doing the modern game, noir, red view. It's all very perfectly suited to the time period that they chose in each of their boxes. And I think obviously some real love and care went into designing the scheme for each box. Like, this looks completely different than the base game, looks completely different from the art for noir, and it's all very tuned to the period of the game. Everything, all of the background design, but all of the characters and art. And it goes a long way to making you feel like you're in this world. And the art for these scenes is just, again, it doesn't add anything functionally. You never have to pay attention to what's in the scene. But thematically, it's important in putting you in this world. And that's one of the strengths of this. You thematically feel like you are in this living, breathing world. I'm curious to play a harder case. So the next two cases are, there's a medium, and a hard case. I would absolutely play one of the medium ones. This took us 4.5 hours to play, but we take our time. I'm trying to remember if there were any really... So we spent our time trying to understand the case, and we had some interesting moments where we suspected one person, then we shifted our thoughts to another. But I wouldn't say there were any moments where we got stuck and didn't know where to go. But that's probably the easy part, because Greg and I have played Chronicles of Crime episodes, missions, scenarios, where we very much did get stuck and had to think harder about who do we have to talk to about who to open up a new location. And that happens in Chronicles of Crime, where
you end up where you've explored, you don't have any new locations, and you have to figure out some way to find someone. So I missed that, but that may not be reasonable to ask for in an easy game. But as we get to the medium and hard ones, hopefully we will find points where we get stuck. And we really have to think hard about who to ask about what. Thematically, very enjoyable. I would absolutely play more. Feels different from our other games. Happy to play more. Felt a bit hard to find the abbot for him to mainly just confirm some info. That's true. By the time we found the abbot, we basically understood the whole story. We didn't need to talk to him. So I guess that's a little bit of a disappointment. But it was, I mean, if you had to choose, do you not find him or not? It was nice to be able to find him, but it was unnecessary. Except maybe if you had shown him the book, you would have gotten something interesting. Yeah, maybe, Jonathan, you're right. Maybe we could have found him earlier. All right. Well, a pleasure as always. You let me know if you want to see more playthroughs if you want to continue more cases from Chronicles of Crime 1400. We've got a thread on Board Game Geek on the guild for this channel, which you can find a link in the About page where we plan what games to play next. If you'd like to see more playthroughs of Chronicles of Crime and 1400 in particular, let me know. Jonathan, that goes for you or anyone who watches this after the fact. Or if you think Chronicles of Crime doesn't film well, maybe you thought it didn't work particularly well using the tablet and the top-down view and everything, if it's not as fun to play. We had some good discussions for this case. I think it went just fine. All right. But if you enjoy the video, please consider giving it a like, subscribing to the channel, and I'll see you on the next video.